The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Bridget.
May it please the Commission. Today, Commissioners, you will be hearing evidence from Ben Hoffman, a compensation advocate at the Veteran Support Centre, sub-branch of Currumbin RSL. He will also be giving evidence as a lived experience of having been in the Army for over 18 years. And then, Commissioners, you will hear evidence from a Defence Healthcare panel from Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey, AMCSC, and David Morton. And they will be giving evidence about Defence Healthcare services and systems. And then this afternoon, Commissioners, you'll be hearing evidence from Mark Schroffel, who's the Director of the Australian Veteran News.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I call our first witness, Ben Hoffman.
Ben Hoffman, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Hoffman, do you have a copy of your statement in front of you?
I do.
And operator, please display BHO.0.001.0002_R. So I'll ask operator to please remove it from the hearing room screens as well. And Mr. Hoffman, you signed your statement on the 1st of April 2022, is that correct?
Yes,
And are the contents of your statement true and correct?
that's correct.
Commissioners, I tender the redacted statement of Ben Hoffman, signed and dated 1st of April 2022 as a public exhibit.
Thank you. It will be accepted and allocated the next consecutive number.
And Commissioner, I also tender the unredacted statement, and the document ID for that is the same document ID without the _R, and I tender that as a confidential exhibit.
Thank you. Again, it will be accepted and allocated the next number.
Mr. Hoffman, you're giving evidence today about your role and the experiences that you've learnt from veterans in your role as a compensation advocate, is that correct?
Yes,
And you're also giving evidence as someone who served in the Australian Army for over 18 years, is that correct?
that's right.
And I might start with your lived experience first, if that's okay, and then I'll ask you some questions about your work as a compensation advocate.
Sure.
If at any point you need to take a break, please just let me know, and if at any point you don't want to answer any questions, just say so.
No worries.
You enlisted in the Australian Army on the 10th of August 1993, is that correct?
Yes.
And what led you to joining the Army at that
I
time?
always had a desire from a very young child to join the Army.
And did you join straight after school?
I had to wait a couple of years for a position to come up in the regular Army because at the time there was a Ready Reserve scheme on, and I had to wait for regular Army recruiting to come through.
And how old were you at that time?
I enlisted when I was 18.
And when you joined the Army, were you, did you have any sort of ambitions about how long you wanted to stay in the Army? Or
I thought I'd be a 20-year man or just maybe do 4 years and see how I went from there. So I had no real long-term ambitions, but I ended up staying for quite a while.
And how long did you serve in the Army all up?
1 month shy of 19 years.
And we'll come to the reasons why you did leave the Army, but you've held a number of roles and ranks, if I can say that, in the Australian Army. Can you let the Commissioners know what those roles and ranks have been?
Ranks through Trooper, Lance Corporal, Corporal and Sergeant. positions within Armour Corps as a driver, crew commander, number of instructional positions as a recruit instructor, a skills instructor teaching promotion courses. I was a section commander of an APC section, and then a troop sergeant in an ASLAV troop, which also means you're also a patrol commander. You have your own 3 ASLAVs whilst on operations and in training.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. And you're currently employed as a paid compensation advocate
Yes.
for the Veterans Support Centre at Currumbin Palm Beach RSL sub-branch. Is that
That's the one.
correct? And we'll come to that in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please describe your early years in the Army?
Started out as doing your normal recruit training. Back in that day, it was 3 months at Kapuka. From there, I went to the School of Armour at Puckapunyal, did my initial employment training as a driver on M113s. That was about 4 or 5 months training. Posted to Townsville in March of '94. As a young guy then, you were very highly supervised. My unit had a lot of veterans from recent deployments overseas, so a lot of experience. You had to do a lot of time in that position as a driver before you could graduate up through the different roles. So I spent 3 years as a driver as a minimum, and then I became a crew commander, so it was all on merit. I did then 3 years as a junior crew commander before I became 2IC of a section of APCs, and that led into then my first deployment overseas to East Timor.
And you mentioned that there were people who had quite a bit of experience.
Yes.
Was that helpful as a young recruit?
Oh, very much so. Getting to that regiment, very fine tradition, regiment, a lot of traditions. We also drew on the Vietnam veterans would come in all the time, and we'd actually learn from those guys and their experiences. We had some sent a section to Rwanda my first year there as well. So lot of experience, operational experience, and a wealth of experience from guys who had done that peacetime service in the 80s and late 70s, who had done a lot of time. And so there was just a vast amount of experience. And that experience was shared across all of us. Being in Townsville was known as the Operational Deployment Force or Ready Deployment Force. We would be in the field at least probably 7 months of every year. And so we were well-trained troops.
And were there any other memorable experiences from your time in early service?
Just the camaraderie, I dare say, and also the responsibility that was put on you as a young guy. You had to really know your stuff. You were heavily supervised your first year, and the knowledge that was passed on to you, and you had to maintain that knowledge, absorb that knowledge quickly, and a huge amount of responsibility, and you thrived on it.
And were you thriving at that time?
Loved it, absolutely loved it.
And then you're deployed to East Timor, is that right?
Yes. Myself and my section commander, we were chosen out of the entire squadron to fly into East Timor on the first day of Interfet with 2RR to assist with the peacemaking operation then on the 20th of September 1999. So, flew in on the back of some Hercules and, assisted them with Interfet for the next 3 or 4 months.
And can you describe for the Commission some of your experiences while you were there in East Timor?
Um,
And I'll just remind you to not mention any sensitive operational information,
sure.
but please do share your experiences.
First couple of days spent securing Dili, pretty sort of violent sort of place, a lot of burning buildings and that sort of stuff. Very quickly moved out to the western border within about 2 weeks. Then we started to get mismanaged very poorly. A lot of, something I'd bring up a little bit later, a bit of toxic leadership, people not knowing how to utilise us, people that were trying to beat other units into locations, clearing certain towns before other units got there. And then let's blitzkrieg throughout the country, moving forward with no maps into certain areas, other units AOs. We marched forward until we were stopped by a Special Forces patrol who were very angry that we were within their location. We had no maps, we were just told to keep going forward. They told us in a very angry term to go away. That destroyed most of the vehicles in our troop because of the hilly nature of the terrain. One of the people in charge wanted us to clear the terrain by linking our tow ropes of our vehicles together, like they do with bulldozers out west, and actually clear features of trees and so on.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Hoffman, please continue.
Yeah, so regarding some of the main infrastructure in Dili, large facilities with very minimal resources such as 4 APCs and 8 guys for a large building of several hundred metres square overnight when it was still burning buildings and so on, not troops allocated to tasks. So we weren't being used correctly when there was a lot of resources around, being used for tasks that were not sustainable against our normal operating procedures. Other subunits in my squadron having a certain individual placed upon them who would not listen to direction, and having some of his personal equipment stolen because they're on the border, and someone from the other side sneaking across and stealing his personal equipment, and then blaming it on his other soldiers that they'd lost it, and the personal equipment was a firearm stolen by the other side, and then blaming Australian troops for losing it on him. And that guy then got sent back to Australia and put in charge of who became a quartermaster. And that guy still serves, and he's an officer. So it's some of the toxic leadership I've been involved with there. Not being provided with the support you need for all these tasks, and you've been put in dangerous situations when it's the hierarchy above you would rather fight over the chance to receive medallions or medals when they're not providing the support on the ground. It was just not good enough.
And can you recall what that was like for you at the time, given that you would have been in a situation that was already difficult and then having to deal with some of those other issues that you've just mentioned there?
It was extremely frustrating. The fact that we're doing tasks, sometimes they were without purpose, and you just think to yourself, why are we doing this? We're putting ourselves in danger for no task, or for no purpose. And you could see that you'd be thinking beyond yourself, you'd think 2 or 3 steps above, and there was no tactical reason or strategic reason for why we're doing this. And it was just to keep us busy, and which is dangerous within itself. So you're putting yourself in danger for no strategic or tactical reason.
And it might seem like an obvious question, but why is purpose in those situations important?
I think everyone needs purpose. Purpose in life is a big thing. Now, you've been put on to operations in a country, you need a purpose of being there. The purpose is to secure the civil populace or to restore law and order. And if you're not fulfilling that purpose, why are we there? And if you're out there putting yourself then in danger with no purpose, that sort of messes with a lot of guys' heads. So it starts to weigh on your mind, why am I doing this? There is no purpose to what I'm doing. No one has regard for my safety. So what is the guys in charge really thinking about us? Why are we here? And so that starts to creep into your mind, and your mental health starts to deteriorate. So why am I here? You start to ask yourself that question quite a lot.
Thank you. And how long were you in East Timor for?
Just over 4 months.
And after East Timor, did you come back to barracks or
It
what?
came back to Australia, came back to Townsville. We had a staggered leave program because we had vehicles coming back from deployment, so we had to clean vehicles, get them ready to start up the training cycle again. So we had, our organisation is broken into what's called a troop. So we had a troop placed pretty much on a deployment cycle to go back again within 12 months. And then my troop was going to go after that. So we started lead-up training to go back again and started what's known as the deployment cycle. And so came back, had some leave, and then got ready to go again.
And when you returned, were you offered by Defence any support, counselling, any psychological
We
assessments?
were given, whilst in Dili, as we were cleaning up, here's an unfortunate story. A member of the Psych Corps, a sergeant, was giving us a debrief in Dili, and as he was giving the debrief, he was quite upset. And he was giving us questions like, where's all your money and stuff? And my soldiers were coming out and saying, something's not right with him. What do you mean?
I'll just ask to a non-publication order on the method of suicide.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Hoffman, what we try and do obviously is not to go into details of how things happen, so as not to inspire anybody else to.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Hoffman.
so he committed an act and he passed away 3 weeks after we got back. So he was the guy doing the psych screen.
And is that a mandatory procedure in place for when
That was
people
done
come
in
back?
country. Since then, you do one as your out process, and then you do one about 3 months after.
And when you returned from East Timor, were you able to, were you in a relationship at that time?
Yes.
Did you have family? And were you able to see your family?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, straight away. We came back through Townsville Airport. Was met then by, I believe is it Senator Molan or Molan. He's in Parliament now. He met us, said good day. Then we went to our families, went home, did a bit of a return to work program, which was decompression, which was really good, and then went staggered off to leave, which was great. But coming from a really tight-knit unit, we really didn't have too many problems.
And can you tell the commissioners a bit about what decompression program is?
Decompression is something very well done by the Australian Army and sort of modelled off what the Brits do. You don't just come straight back from operations and go and leave because it's too much for the service personnel and for the families. You come back for a couple of weeks, come to work, bit of PT, bit of compulsory training or whatever, and you settle back into life in Australia. Then, say after 2 weeks, then you go and leave. So you can settle back in. We had a number of issues in my regiment later on at 214, especially with the guys coming out of Baghdad with aggressive driving habits. So the guys had to spend a few days where they put themselves on a no driving sort of chit because we're too used to driving aggressively overseas. So they smoothed themselves into not driving their car for a couple of days because otherwise they would drive too aggressively and they'd have a car accident. So they would decompress for a couple of weeks. So they'd come into work, 7:30 till 4, then go home with the family because otherwise it's too quick a reintegration with back home. So that decompression training is a really good thing. A couple of weeks back at work, then you go and you leave.
And then once you came back from leave, you then went into training, is that right?
Yep. Back from Timor, we actually rebuilt a lot of the vehicles. A lot of them had a number of issues needed repair, and then back into training.
And how would you just describe your time in training in Townsville?
Pretty good. Back into the usual swing of things. Being in 3 Brigade, we had a lot of allocation of training stores, ammunition, fuel, worked with the 2 infantry battalions up there plus another infantry battalion from down south. So we had a lot of allocation of training materials and so on.
And you were away from your families at this point?
No, we didn't really get into training until about midway through 2000, then back into the swing of things.
And what was it like being away from family?
It was, because it was only a sort of a short deployment, only about 4 months, it wasn't too big a deal, honestly, because normally we'd spend up to 7 months away a year. Some of those exercises would be 3 to 4 weeks, sometimes longer. So it was okay. And we're from a pretty tight unit, so it was all right. We had sometimes, back in the early days, because Timor, we didn't really have email or anything like that. You might get onto a sat phone every couple of weeks. We were getting mail, those sort of things, so it wasn't too bad.
So you were able to communicate with your family while you were
Yeah, you might get on a
East
sat phone every couple of weeks.
Timor? What's a sat phone for?
Oh, satellite phone, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
And after Townsville, you're then deployed to Iraq, is
Iraq,
that right?
yes, in 2006.
In 2006. And can you tell the commissioners about some of your experiences there?
Recalled early from leave in 2006 to a different unit. Whole new experience. Getting issued new vehicles, the ones on the picture there, the ASLAB type of vehicle. We had to endure 5 months of pre-deployment training. A lot of this was done away from family in a totally different location. Based in Brisbane, came back on the 2nd of January, disappeared into the weeds for about 4 weeks straight away, and then redeployed to Townsville for about another 3 months of training. That year before we deployed overseas, I think we had 4 weekends at home before we went overseas. Most of the time we spent in Townsville as training was a waste of time. We did lead-up training with a platoon of infantry soldiers who didn't go overseas with us anyway. We were trying to invent new operational procedures which were not required. We had experienced troops who had only just come back from Iraq. All their information was totally disregarded by the unit we were working with. They wanted to reinvent the wheel. All their experience from our officer in command down was totally disregarded by the unit we worked with, and basically it was a waste of time, all the lead-up training. When
you say that you weren't listened to, can you just give the commissioners a little bit more information about what that was like for you? And
utter frustration. There is if it's not broken, it doesn't need to be fixed. We had worked with these units before. This unit I deployed with in 2006 was the same one I went overseas with in 99. We had established standard operating procedures that worked then, and just because we had a different type of armoured vehicle and they suddenly wouldn't listen to us. But it was just an armoured vehicle, it's a different type of platform. The guy in charge of the subunit under the infantry company was probably the ultimate toxic leader I've ever come across. Would not take any advice, would not listen, and would subject us to all sorts of ludicrous training for I don't know what benefit, but just a sheer waste of time.
And you spoke earlier about purpose in East Timor. Did you have a better experience in Iraq in terms of
initially,
purpose?
as soon as we got in country, it was amusing. As soon as we got in country, we just ditched everything we'd done in the last 5 months and went about our core business. It was like a memory wipe. We just did what we were going to do anyway. And so we were initially supporting the Japanese Iraq Infrastructure Reconstruction Group. So we'd run reconnaissance missions with those guys. Then the Japanese pulled out. As the Japanese were going, we handed the province back to Iraqi control. And because of that, we started to get uptake in direct fire attacks, mortars, ambushes, and so on. And that's changed our mission somewhat. As we were escorting the Japanese about. Also at the night, we also were conducting night security patrols, and that's when we came under the command of the infantry guy again. This infantry guy had actually failed his mission readiness exercise, but they didn't replace him.
In the training before you
Yeah,
left?
yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, he
where
failed, but they still sent him over. This is where micromanagement came in, and some of our operating procedures with some of our sensitive equipment that would defeat IEDs and so on, he would try and amend those safety procedures. As myself as a troop sergeant with 3 of those things on the screen you can see there, at night time we had certain equipment fitted that would defeat IEDs. He would...
And can you just say what IUD is?
Explosive...
IED.
IED, sorry.
Yeah.
Improvised explosive device, the weapon of choice over there. We had certain items fitted that would defeat those. He would require me to switch those off repeatedly at night time so he could try and micromanage me, which was not the SOP, standard operating procedure. I had to... I didn't come to blows. Harsh words were spoken because we had an operating procedure that I would communicate outwardly because of the nature of this equipment we had fitted. Every hour or so I would stop and then communicate two-way. But he wanted to get it down to every 10 minutes he would communicate with me. It was not required. I was an experienced guy. This is how it worked in the situation because of the high IED threat. But this is the sort of stuff this guy was wanting us to do. He didn't understand our capability of thermal vision, which operates day or night time. I had 10 power scopes. Another vehicle had a 50 power scope. He would want us to do observation posts on rubbish dumps. So I could sit a K off and do that. There's also other dangers over there. Rubbish dumps had rabid dogs, rabies. Guys were almost getting bitten by dogs. So I could sit 1,000 metres off and do my job. But he didn't understand that I had that capability. He wanted me to sit in a rubbish dump and do an observation post because he thought that's how they were manufacturing IEDs out of rubbish tins and so on. And so my experience and capability was being brought into doubt because he didn't understand my capability. And this was a similar vein with every other patrol commander would rotate through his command. He would micromanage us to the point of ridiculousness. It was just, I have the tactical control when I'm on the ground. I have the experience of 12 years in armoured vehicles. I'm the patrol commander. And it just got to the point of I had to bring in other people to get this guy in line to make him understand that you're just getting us in danger. You just don't understand the capabilities I have. You're just putting guys in danger.
Can you remember how you were feeling at that time?
Angry, really angry, and frustrated the fact that this guy would put my life in danger so he could try and micromanage me. And just my vehicles, there's 3 of us, and at night time as a patrol there's 13 of us. And he would want to put me and my guys in danger every night so he could micromanage me. It wasn't the standing operating procedure. This is just something he'd want to put in place. Totally against everything that was done because he was a micromanager.
And were you concerned about your safety and the safety of others?
Oh, of course. Not so much mine, but my guys, definitely. Because this individual had, for whatever reason, he wished to micromanage. Wouldn't listen to advice of myself, either because I was a sergeant, wouldn't listen to my troop leader who was a lieutenant. I eventually had to go to my own squadron and my officer in command, a major, had to come over and put him into line. But that took quite some time to do that.
And did you find yourself having to kind of either prove things or have to go to great lengths to show that?
Definitely so. Another occasion, we had to guard a certain road intersection for about 16 hours to allow the British to reposition some of their forces. Due to at the time, as we were moving out of the province, if you're stationary for more than say 2 hours or so, you're going to get indirect mortars or rockets or whatever. So we'd had to move quite frequently. 16 hours, you need to go to the bathroom. So I'd been to the bathroom, came back in, they'd done an overflight that night, they'd found a heat signature in front of one of my vehicles. I got called in hastily after about 2 or 3 hours sleep. You've got to go back out. Someone's laid an IED right in front of where one of your vehicles were. I explained to the intelligence officer, that is where I've been to the bathroom. I can tell you now because it's 5 metres in front of some vehicle tracks. No, it's not. Someone's dug an IED in. No, it's not. That's where I've been to the bathroom. No, you have to go out and check it. No, you can plainly see the vehicle tracks. That's where I went to the bathroom. And so that was a stand-up argument. Like I'd had 3 hours sleep, 16 hours out the day before, and still got sent out to check it. And sure enough, there's toilet paper fluttering in the breeze, and I had to go and get him a photo of it. It's like, listen, mate, come on.
And did you notice any changes happening for you regarding your mental health at this time?
Yes, started to wince at every pile of rocks. There's a high EFP threat, explosively formed projectile threat. The first one found in Iraq was actually found just outside our barracks, or outside our base at Camp Smitty. It's an evil weapon, copper slug, inverted. When it's fired, 2,000 metres a second, and it'll just punch holes through Abrams tanks. They were targeting some of the other coalition forces who were leaving at the time. I'd been through an array, which is a number of them laid out in a certain fashion to take out a vehicle. I'd gone past one, and then half an hour later, some coalition forces got whacked. And they put them in styrofoam, camouflaged them, and they're an evil weapon. And so they look like a pile of rocks. And so because of some of these ludicrous patrols I've been out on, you start to see piles of rocks and you just think, wow, this is it. So every time you see a pile of rocks, you wince.
What else was happening for you in terms of your mental health at that time?
Working with the training team over there as well. The way it works, when our infantry guys are on the ground, they're in charge. When we're moving, the cavalry are in charge. But I could not get this through this guy's head. A guy of a certain rank in charge would not understand. We had to leave the American air base where we were at, refused to understand, would not listen, just would not listen. Wouldn't listen to his subordinates, wouldn't listen to me, had it into his head we had to have a certain spacing when we left. And when we left, we had a vehicle coming to the convoy. We were always afraid of vehicle-borne IEDs, VBEDs, and wouldn't listen, just would not listen. And just the sense of frustration and anger that comes from that. This guy was more concerned about converting these dudes to Christianity than training them. It's just like, leave them alone, mate. You know, like, you're here to train them, not convert them. This sort of stuff. So you had very questionable ethics of what these guys were here for. And you think, wow, this is the sort of stuff that's going on. Number of mortar attacks when we were at Camp Smitty. Once again, had to go secure the point of origin of where these mortars had been launched from. So I sat off it from 800 metres away because I had the optics. You don't go to a place where they've launched something from because it's a good place for an ambush. And I was questioned, why? How can you see that? I've got optics. And it's a good place for an ambush. Oh, that's not good. It's like, well, get with the times, people. People that the hierarchy didn't understand the capabilities. They were still 10 or 15 years behind the technology we had. We had shown them our technology, but they just didn't understand what we were capable of.
And whilst you're in Iraq, you're badly injured, is that right?
Had a mishap. One of my troopers made a mistake while doing some servicing on his vehicle inside a servicing tent, and unfortunately let off 4 grenade launcher systems, which is on the ASLAV turrets, 4 white red phosphorus smoke grenades. We'd been receiving a bit of indirect fire at Talil. I thought it was indirect. The servicing tent went up with 4 explosions. I sprinted over to see what was going on. It was over big river rocks, and did the meniscus in both my knees. And a bit of lower back issues and a few other things. So yeah, both knees were shot from that incident.
And then you returned to Australia after that?
Yeah, I had to go back early. Day before, did a pretty nasty gig to a little town just inside the province we'd been to, fixing up a police station. Heavy sort of place, had to take in extra sniper support. Had the rest of my troop just outside town on QRF, extra infantry to do this little job. It was a pretty nasty little place. And then the next day flew back to Australia. That was on a Tuesday, and then Thursday arrived in Brisbane.
And did you receive medical assistance when you came back to Australia?
I did when the wheels fell off mentally, and then I had to go through physio and knee surgery. Yep.
So when you say when the wheels fell off mentally,
Yep.
Can you tell the commissioners what was happening for you at this time when you returned?
Went to Chermside Shopping Centre, just sitting there nice and easy, and saw a nice Arabic family go past. And it was a poor lady in a hijab, set me off. First time I'd been by myself for 10 months, not armed, or with 13 other similarly armed guys. And so, freaked out.
What happened?
Had to get out of there really quick. I knew I couldn't trust myself to drive because I'd be too aggressive, and went home and locked myself in the house for 2 days.
And you were married at this point?
Yep.
Did you have children
Yep.
at this point? How many children?
3.
Okay. And were they at home with you during this time?
No, school or daycare.
And can you remember this period in terms of how it was for you in terms of having relationships with your partner and your children?
Pretty stressful. There was a breakdown in the marriage anyway, so that was going west. So
Was that when you returned from Australia while you were away?
it had gone south whilst I was away, and it rapidly deteriorated when I got home.
And when you say you locked yourself in the house, what were you doing?
Oh, just hypervigilance, locking doors, barricading myself in because I was unarmed.
And were you drinking or taking any prescribed medications at the time?
Heavily drinking, going through. At the time, I had done a drink for months, obviously, being in Iraq, being a dry country. Then to sleep, I couldn't sleep without the assistance of alcohol, so started becoming a massive drinker. Was drinking either a box of red wine a week or 2 or 3 cartons of beer a week, easy. I couldn't. I had been given some sleeping medication, but I was tricking myself into staying awake till it put me to sleep, and then 4 hours later I'd be awake. So I found alcohol was better to put me to sleep.
And the lack of sleep, how was that impacting on other parts of your life?
I was kind of used to it because of military service. So you get used to sometimes 3 or 4 hours broken sleep a night. So just running on adrenaline.
And when you returned, did Defence offer any psychological assessments? Is there any routine assessments or counselling that was offered?
I sort of skipped that by going to the psych service on barracks. So I needed it because plainly there was a few problems. So I had used the, I can't remember the exact unit name, but there was the psych corps, used those guys, and then got referred to an external psychiatrist. And
had you not done that, is there anything in place in routine for when people come back from
they do the
deployment?
POPS screening. I'm not too sure what the acronym POPS stands for, but it's, you do part of your out processing, you do a POPS quick screen, then 3 months later you do the tick and flick. With that, because the guys are on a deployment cycle, you do the tick and flick. You want to get in and out nice and quick.
What does tick and flick mean?
It's a form with how do you feel. Now,
I
guys-
understand that, Mr. Hoffman, but when you say people want to just get in and out, are people saying the truth in those forms, or are they saying what people want to hear so that they can
They're
just
saying
get
what
out?
people want to hear because the guys are on a deployment cycle. My trade stream at that time was that short. We were training guys on operations for the next. So in my vehicle we have a driver, a gunner, and a commander. We were that short in my trade stream. Whilst on operations, we were training the next lot of gunners because our operational tempo was so high that we didn't have enough crewmen for the next lot of trips. So we had to train guys up. And the guys knew that within 6 to 12 months, they were off again. And then it got even higher with full squadron groups going to, say, southern Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as Baghdad. So the guys knew they were going again, and they don't want to knock back an operational deployment or a trip. So they're just ticking and flicking. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. A lot of the guys in my squadron, they'd been in Baghdad in 2005, October. January 2006, we started lead-up training, and they're back in Iraq in May 2006. Those same guys are back in either in Afghanistan early 2007 or back in Iraq 2007, and it just keeps rolling. So those guys are just, and that's probably a common thing, is just operational burnout.
And going back to that period where things sounded like it was difficult for you and you were drinking, how long did that period go for?
Still going. Yep. One of the points I'd probably go back to, part of your lead-up training is intelligence briefings or situation briefs. And at the time, Al-Qaeda in Iraq was very active. And it's heavily suggested that if upon or prior to or just prior to capture, you save the last bullet for yourself. Because if you're captured, you're going to be on-sold. So you might be captured by a local criminal organisation and you're going to end up in front of Al Jazeera and a news network in an orange jumpsuit and your head's going to get cut off. So that's when it's put into your toolbox. Suicide is an option because that's what's going to happen to you if you get captured. Save the last round for yourself. So everyone is aware of that. So maybe that's why it's put into your toolbox of solutions.
And you came back with quite a number of physical injuries as well, is that correct?
Yep.
And operator, if you could please display, and this is on the redacted statement, and the last 4 digits are .0012, and if you could please display paragraph 77, which goes over the page, and I'm not sure if you can get that on the screen in one. That's a list of your physical injuries, is that correct at paragraph 77, Mr. Hoffman?
Yep. Oh, yes, sorry.
And you say at paragraph 78 that this is pretty run-of-the-mill.
Yeah.
Run-of-the-mill for people that had gone to Iraq at that time?
Or people with my sort of length of service or my trade, combat arms sort of guys, and also non-combat arm guys as well. You've people that I can only say from the army perspective, people with my length of service, you go in and you give your all. You work hard, you play hard. So it's not just the combat arms guys; it's all corps. You go in there, you work hard. You do your physically hard PT. You're doing fireman's carries where you're carrying someone your own size and stature. You train for all these sort of things. You work in your job. If you're posted out of your core unit to, say, an armoured regiment like mine, you're going bush. You're lifting cam nets. You're in armoured vehicles. All these sort of things. A lot of these injuries here are all lifting and carrying injuries from just carrying body armour, carrying ammunition, weapons, helmets. That's what all this stuff is here.
And in terms of you're then discharged, is that right? Medically discharged?
Correct.
And can you tell the commissioners what that discharge process was like for you?
It was a cracker. I'm that guy you hear about. My medical docs were lost for the first 2 months. Two medical review boards were cancelled. My decision for the medical review board was then sent to me. The following letter, which is supposed to arrive a week later, was lost. That was just prior to Christmas. My boss told me just to wait, you're getting paid. That was prior to Christmas 2011. It was found April next year in some other in-trade at a different, my higher headquarters. I was asked by the career management agency then if I'd done any of my discharge admin. I said, yeah. So I was lucky that I had done that. I'd managed my own discharge. So I was discharged in July 2012.
And then did you have...
So it took 13 months.
13 months to discharge. And during this time, were you also still feeling unwell mentally and physically?
Oh, very much so. I was, started the DVA process. I already had some accepted conditions through DVA, but now I put in the bulk of my claims because, yeah, it was time to get out, so I thought I'd better organise it.
And can you describe some of your dealings with the Department of Veteran Affairs?
Now, at the time, I put them in. This is the old process where you didn't have your own, couldn't use your own GP and your own specialist. So it was a bit of a foul up. Some stuff had been knocked back. I'd used a DVA appointed psychiatrist, very short meeting with him. A lot of stuff wasn't reflected in the report. So my PTSD wasn't accepted or didn't meet the threshold for permanent impairment. I appealed that. I was re-examined by the same appointed guy without a phone call or an interview. Apparently I was better. I was amazed. But through my own treating specialist, went to the Veterans Review Board, and just prior to that, a senior delegate picked up a bit of a foul up, and it was all fine from there.
And operator, please display, again in the redacted statement, paragraph 86. And Mr. Hoffman, I'll just take you to paragraph 86 of your statement. And this was the DVA appointed psychiatrist to assess your condition or conditions. Can you tell the commissioners what happened in this appointment?
Very short and sharp appointment. I wasn't familiar with the guy, so I didn't open up. Well, I did open up. I told him how I was feeling. I was suicidal at the time. Oh, yeah, definitely. Didn't mention any of that in the report to DVA. Assessed me as not really that bad. So I found that a bit disturbing. My advocate at the time, we decided to put in an appeal, an S31 review. Then, as part of that, I was reassessed. The assessment was done by the same appointed guy, didn't actually interview me at all, and I was better. So we appealed that. It was successful after putting in a paid-for assessment by my own treating psychiatrist. But since then, I'd just like to point out, that's changed, that system. It's you use your own bloke now, that's all good.
And did you have any assistance in the appeal process?
Yes, I had my own advocate, senior guy from Brisbane, and he was pretty good, and also my treating psychiatrist was very supportive.
And then, Mr. Hoffman, you went on to become an advocate, is that correct?
Yes, I started volunteering at my local RSL, and then I thought I could give back. So a lot of my time as an instructor in the Army is very legislative based. DVA, the 3 acts of compensation, are legislative based, and that's how it is, black and white. I have a black and white mind, and so I thought I could give it a go.
And you did give it a go.
Yep.
And you've done quite a bit of training, is that right?
Yes, I've done the old TIP training and also training under ATDP, which is the new course. currently under training also for level 3, which is going up another level, and some other training with that. A lot of on-the-job training. I've got a fair few veteran clients as we speak, supporting quite a number of guys from blokes I've worked with and clients that have been assigned to me from my sub-branch, and a lot of people from word of mouth and so on.
And have there been any issues that you've identified with DVA, say claims processing or DVA generally?
I'm the odd bird out where I'm not a DVA basher. I work with DVA. I have a very good working relationship with a number of the initial liability delegates, the PI delegates and so on. The claims process has blown out. And that's just a fact. I try and work with those guys by providing as much as I can as part of the claims process. Can I do anything about it? Yeah, I'd like to say we need more funding. And that's just a general call, we know that. I assist my veterans by letting them know what it is and being realistic. If I do have veterans in need, I let DVA know that this bloke should be bumped up. If there's a homeless veteran, I've had a couple of those, there's things in place like veterans payment and all that sort of stuff. I had an interesting conversation last year. Previously, we used to be able to get veterans who have a upcoming discharge date, either from compulsory retirement or medical discharge, given priority. I was told that's no longer the case. That's pretty disappointing. So you've got a guy who's either medically discharging or has reached his 40 years or 40 years plus of service. They don't have priority anymore, which I think's, in my opinion, unfair. So that to me that's worrying. I understand the backlog.
Is there a priority system that you're aware
Yes,
of?
definitely. Yeah, you've got your homeless vets and at critical cases and so on, and it goes all the way down. And I totally understand that priority.
And what are the key issues that you've identified in terms of the veterans that you're assisting? What have their experiences been, whether it be frustration or being happy with the process?
A lot of them, say you got your pre-2017 veterans, before the changes in process at DVA where they could not use their own treating GP or their treating specialist. That used to be a problem. But now DVA have changed that. There's been a raft of changes. Your non-liability health cover for mental health, that's brilliant. PAMT, provisional access to medical treatment under DIRCA and MERCA, where there's 20 conditions which a veteran can access for treatment up to and including surgery prior to liability. That's brilliant. There's a few other ones there which are really good that the veteran can use prior to liability. Veterans payment's really good for people that don't have any money. Incapacity payments, that's if someone's already got an accepted condition and they're out of cash, you can help there. I think what's sort of lacking is the general knowledge. There's a lot of rumour out there about what's available and what's not. Unfortunately, and I know legislation is what DVA can provide, there's no layman's terms there. So people think that because they've got an accepted condition, they've got to go for permanent impairment. They don't know they can get incapacity payments. So a lot of guys come to me and they just go, I didn't know that. It's the same with ComSuper, they didn't know that. When they've got a Class A or a Class B invalidity pension, they don't know certain things.
And how is it that they don't know that?
Because it's when they discharge, they're in such a possibly bad, severe mental state, you can't read legislation, or you're in a bottle, you just don't know. I'm 10 years down the journey myself, and I'm still finding out stuff. It's not given to you in layman's terms. And it's very poorly explained from ComSuper, in my opinion.
Would you like to say anything more about that point?
ComSuper, when it's given to you, it's not explained at all. There is so much rumour out there about when your invalidity payment, or whatever it's called now, when it finishes, where it's drawn from, what you're entitled to. The rumour mill is rife. People are afraid to ask the questions because they think it's going to be taken off them. I've only just found out recently I actually get a superannuation payout at age 60. I didn't know that. And I've been in the game 10 years as an advocate. I'm in receipt of a invalidity pension for 10 years. So this is still information that I'm finding out. And if it was in layman's terms, you might know this and it'd be a lot less of a mental burden. They're improving it. Nowadays, you only knew if you had a pension several days pre-discharge or post-discharge. So you didn't know. So I was 13 months waiting discharge. I didn't know if I was going to get what I was going to do. So they are getting a little bit better, but there's still no layman's terms of what's going on.
Thank you. And operator, could you please display .0016_R? This is paragraph 97 of your statement, and it goes over the page, and these are your recommendations to the Commission. Would you like to share some of your views about these recommendations, and perhaps particularly recommendation B?
I'm aware there's the JTA. I think there needs to be
Sorry,
something better than that.
Could we possibly just blow that up? It's just
Yes.
to make it more legible.
Operator, could you please expand, and you only need to expand the second page, not the first page, and just A to D, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to say about Bravo? Yeah, the JTA, we need to have like proper transition and rehabilitation units. Something based on like the US Marines do Wounded Warrior Battalions. They actually need to be staffed properly by high flyers. When I say high flyers, these are guys that are, when I say guys, it's a collective term. I'm old school, I'm sorry. By people who have been selected for either regimental, a battalion command or brigade command. These units then out-process people. They should be then a collective unit for rehabilitation. So, and they all should have in there a person from ComSuper, the on-base advisor, those sort of guys. And it needs to be staffed appropriately, not just by has-beens. When I say has-beens, these guys, the toxic leaders out there that have your staff officers that were passed over for command 20 years ago. This needs to be an organisation that it's almost peer-reviewed as well. That's something that's a problem in defence. There's no mechanism in defence for getting rid of toxic leaders. And so that's one of the main reasons I think my mental health went downrange is toxic leadership, because these toxic guys, there's no way to get rid of them. They can stay at that rank, they'll move them somewhere else, but that toxic leadership stays. It might stay at the same rank, but it's the evil sludge that stays. So these, I think, transition and rehabilitation units, JTA's there, they put a few more extra things in there, but like a transition unit needs to be set up in each brigade or at each HMAS unit or ship unit or RAF base, that sort of stuff. A proper transition unit needs to be set up and staffed correctly.
And is your idea to have a unit where people could actually stay when they're being discharged in terms of reside there?
Yeah, they'll parade there, and whether that be, depending on their mech status, whether that be once a month or whatever, they come in and parade, or they stay there and do their rehabilitation, staffed by either physiotherapists or PDIs, physical training instructors. That's where they do their rehabilitation. That's where they do their courses and so on prior to discharge. I know Defence's core business is fighting in defence of Australia, but these sort of transition rehabilitation units, they would would really assist the mental health of these guys transitioning out of defence.
Do you think they would assist with suicide prevention?
Definitely. Because it would ease the transition out, and it'd give that purpose. It'd find a purpose for someone going out and ease ease their transition. Because JTA is doing these things in a couple of days, workshops here and there, but how to write a resume or whatever. Well, it allows you then to network on the way out, possibly interviews with employers and so on, and actually do that through a proper unit, and then your transition out leaves you with a good taste in your mouth, you know what I mean? Rather than, there's the door, see you later.
Thank you very much, Mr Hoffman. I don't have any further questions. Commissioners?
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Mr Hoffman. I just had a couple of questions. One is you referred to when you were talking about the operational tempo and increasing, and you,
Yes, ma'am.
you talked about operational burnout.
Yes.
I wondered if you could just kind of speak a little bit more about what you meant there, what you've observed.
Operational burnout, that's, most deployments are about that 6-month mark. So you'll have a 6-month deployment, but prior to that, you'll have the 3 to 4 month or possibly 6-month lead-up training. So you'll have 6-month lead-up, 6-month deployment, come back and you only have, say, 2 months off. Then the 6-month lead-up, 6-month deployment. That lead-up training, a lot of the time, is just a rehash of what you've done. That rehash is actually not really training about you and your crew. It's about training your hierarchy or ticking off certain competencies or certain levels of training your CO or OC must do as part of his time as a unit commander. So that burnout is you having to tick a certain box for your CO.
So it's the impact on you of that. Yeah, okay, thank you. I also, you talked about, when you talked about no layman's terms and things not being properly explained, I just wondered whether you had any reflections about how much the challenge of understanding information is additionally impacted by the effect of trauma.
Yes, definitely. And that's why I said in layman's terms, when I discharged myself, I was not aware of where my invalidity pension was coming from. So I didn't know if it ran out. I didn't know the duration of it. So in no way in layman's terms was it explained where it came from, the duration of it, those sort of things. And that's a common thread not only from when I discharged prior to and up to this day. That's always the common thread on these Facebook pages, or just what's the story? How long does it last for? Is it taxable? Is it what? What's the story?
Yeah, I understand that. I guess my question is, even if it was put in layman's terms, do you have any sense that the impact of the trauma that you've been through would affect your capacity to understand even simply presented information? And just asking your opinion.
I think your amount of trauma is a certain level, and by having a layman's term, it would sort of ease the burden as such, because it's one less weight off my mind. What's my future hold?
Yep.
Oh, that's easier to understand.
Yep.
I can just concentrate on the trauma, not what does the future hold.
Yeah.
So I can just concentrate on my rehabilitation, my trauma. I have security in the future.
Yeah.
Because we all worry about our job security, our financial security.
For sure.
And it'd be like, that's a weight off the mind. I don't have to worry about one other thing.
Okay. Thank you. The other question I had is you spoke about, you understand the change in the prioritisation and the fact that the medically discharged and the compulsory retirements don't get the priority that they once did, but you were still disappointed. Mm-hmm. And I wondered whether that disappointment was in part a reflection of, respect for service that given. And if it's not, then please say so, but
No, I don't think so, no. It's the fact that guys, when I say guys, again, it's everyone, compulsory retirement's at 40, age 60. A lot of these people have served since they were 17 or 18. So they're done 40 years service and they're out, and a lot of them have no health care, and they've done 40 years service. They've got multiple injuries like me, and they get no priority after 40 years service. So there is a little bit of respective service there. The guys that have a medical discharge, they're banged up. They need priority. So,
Okay, thank you. And my last question goes to the rehab units. Has there ever been, or the rehab transition unit that you described, to your knowledge, has there ever been such a unit functioning in the Australian Defence Force? I know there has been rehabilitation units established at
some
times, but-
units have had like rehab companies and so on, definitely, but no collective unit to my knowledge. Definitely some subunits have had rehab companies within them as part of their structure, but not a collective like a brigade unit or a collective unit as such. So that is separate, as a separate entity itself.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hoffman, for your evidence and for coming forward like that. You tell us in your statement that you've been a pension advocate since 2015, and you told us in your evidence that you've observed the claims process blowing out. What was it like in 2015 when you first started doing this work?
From first interview with a veteran to the finish, about 4 months.
And what's it like now?
On average, about 18 months to 2 years.
Do you have any observations you can share with us about what, from your point of view, has caused the blowout?
The online claim system. Every claim, and rightly so, whether it be a phone call or piece of paper, is registered now as a claim. Past the last election, from what I've heard, a lot of delegate short-term and long-term contracts weren't renewed. A lot of the delegates I've spoken to are running between 200 and 300 claims. This is liability delegates per delegate. That's a lot for one person. Junior delegates I've spoken to are running 170 claims per person.
Do you have any take on how long it takes a delegate to be trained up to be able to process the claims?
I don't know, but they start out generally on smaller claims like hearing loss, tinnitus. They're known as fast-track claims where they don't need to go for external medical opinion. So it does take some time to train up a delegate to be all the way through.
The delegates with whom you deal, in your experience, do they seem on top of what they're doing?
Yeah, definitely so. I've got nothing but praise, liability and PI delegates. I make sure that either myself or my clients, even if favourable decisions, they send back feedback. The delegates don't get enough positive feedback, whether they be liability, complex case delegates, that sort of thing. We provide positive feedback because they don't get enough of it.
I take it you feel you can explain in simple terms to your clients what they're likely to get and what's available. Once you speak to them, do they seem to understand it better?
Yes.
Thanks. And finally, in respect of your recommended transition and rehabilitation units, you say they must be staffed by only the highest performing officers and NCOs. Why do you make that recommendation?
Because, in my opinion, a lot of these places would then be staffed by staff officers who have been passed over, not your high performers, ones that either exhibited toxic leadership and have been in the same rank or position for many numerous years. You need the best. These guys who have been selected for unit command, they are normally at the top of their game.
And how long would you expect them to stay in place in one of these battalions?
A year or 2 years.
And what would you hope would be the effect of that on them?
I think it should be a prerequisite for brigade command or regimental command.
For what reason?
Because it's prerequisite. It shows that they care about their subordinates.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick issues. Just to take that issue a little bit further. So these United States Marine Corps Wounded Warrior Battalions, which you feel would be beneficial here, is it really about those identified senior officers having to spend some time in them, making them more aware of the problems that the troops are experiencing?
A little bit like that, sir, but also these guys, they are supposedly the better operators in the Army, the top performers. And so to get these top positions and they're getting groomed for higher ranks in the Army, they should serve in these positions. So they're supposed to be our top man managers.
What would their work actually involve? What would they do?
Well,
What do they do in the
they would be
US?
overseeing the transition seminars. They would be overseeing the rehabilitation. They would be overseeing the on-base advisors. They'd be overseeing the comm super guys. All this sort of necessary paperwork, review boards and so on.
Yep, understood. Just one final issue. In relation to the decompression process that you went through, can you just expand on that for us? What did it actually involve?
That it involved, we'd come back, you'd maybe have 2 or 3 days straight off with the family, then you'd actually come back and almost straight back into barrack routine. So I report at 7:30, do some PT, physical training, and then either catch up with your compulsory lessons, your ethics and fraud training, that sort of stuff, maybe some financial training for about 10 days, say 2 weeks, Monday to Friday. This allowed you to get back into like a work-rest ratio. So you're not straight back into the family. So it gave you reintegration time. So you're not just from carrying guns one day to no guns and back with the family, because the family, they've got a pretty good solid routine because they haven't seen you for at least 6 months and probably only 3 or 4 weekends in the 6 months prior. So they've got their own routine without you. And so suddenly you're home and it does create conflict, and that decompression allows you and your family to reintegrate well before you have your 4 or 5 weeks off. And it works quite well.
In your case, you obviously struggled, and we
Yeah, I
can't
didn't
thank
have
you
that.
enough for coming forward and for talking about this. But what would you change in terms of that decompression process? Is there something that you think ought to be in place that's not in place that you're aware of at the moment?
The Brits do it quite well. They come back through Cyprus. They sit on a beach for 2 days and have beers and barbecues.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thank you for your evidence today, Mr. Hoffman. It's much
Thanks, sir.
appreciated, and thank you for coming forward. Are there any matters arising?
Nothing arising, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Is Mr. Hoffman to be excused from his summons to appear?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr.
Cheers, sir.
Hoffman. Thank you. If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn for very briefly.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Morning, Mr. Connor.
Commissioners, we have a healthcare panel. The two witnesses are Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey and Mr. David Morton. Operator, might you display the Defence Healthcare Panel tender bundle? Commissioners, there are 50 items listed on this in this tender bundle. The ones marked in blue are subject to confidentiality at present. Some of the items have already been tendered as exhibits. Commissioners, I tender those documents that have not been previously tendered.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. So they'll be accepted as outlined and allocated the next consecutive numbers with the provisions you've outlined.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, we will today be first off exploring in a general way the defence health system under the Bupa Contract and how that operates. We'll then turn to the notice to give, the Defence's response to notice to give 20, which concerns the health system. We'll then turn to aspects of the three strategies. That's the 2002 strategy, the 2011 strategy, and the 2018 to 23 strategy issued in October 2017. And we've heard previously that there's not expected to be a new strategy until 2024, and we've also heard previously about the Productivity Commission's recommendation in 17.4 that there be a single unified strategy between Defence and DVA issued urgently, but that hasn't occurred, and it's presently not going to occur until sometime around 2024. Commissioners, we might also, if we have time, hear some evidence about the implementation of the lived experience program within the systems in defence. Commissioners, you heard some very impressive evidence from Ms. Bronwyn Edwards in Brisbane, and Ms. Edwards's report for defence provided in July 2019. Might the witnesses be their oaths taken, or
Rear Admiral Sharkey, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Rear Admiral Sharkey, you've had the position of Surgeon General of the Australian Defence Force and Commander of Joint Health Command since December 2019,
That's correct.
approaching 2.5 years in those roles.
That's correct.
Could I just understand what you were doing immediately before that?
So immediately prior to that, I fulfilled the role in Joint Health Command as Director General Health Business and Plans.
And and how long was that for?
And from memory, I think it was about 1.5 years.
And prior to that?
I was Director General Garrison Health Operations.
Is that within Joint Health Command as well?
Correct. Both of those portfolios are Director General roles and managing branches within Joint Health Command.
And how long were you in that role for?
Again, I think it was about 18 months.
And prior to that?
Prior to being the Director General Garrison Health in 2015, I had a year of education at the Defence College. And prior to that, I was a director within Joint Health Command in the Garrison Health branch.
And how long have you been with Joint Health Command for?
I first posted into Joint Health Command in November 2011.
And I understand Joint Health Command was established in 2018. Is that correct?
No.
Sorry, 2008. My apologies.
Yes. So there was a Chiefs of Service committee raft of reforms to the way Defence Health Services were being managed, and part of that reform program was the establishment of Joint Health Command in 2008.
Could you just describe in a few minutes what Joint Health Command is comprised of?
So Joint Health Command is broadly comprised of, we're organised across 4 branches. And there are 4 Director Generals that report to me as the Commander of Joint Health Command. One of those branches is responsible for the delivery of healthcare domestically in Australia. We call it Garrison Health System, and the delivery of that health system. Health Policy Programs and Assurance branch, as the name might suggest, manages a portfolio of the health policy processes and assurance processes and program development for Defence Health Services. There is also the Operational Health branch, which has a range of functions in it, which includes health material management and procurement, future health capabilities, some specialist areas like our ADF MIDI, so Infectious Diseases Institute, and also sort of strategic workforce planning and reform management. And finally, we have health business and plans, which is really the corporate governance, corporate functions around health service delivery.
Mr. Martin, where does the unit that you're with fit into that?
So I'm responsible to Commander Joint Health and Surgeon General for Director General Health Policy Programs and Assurance. And in that role, I also provide the sort of technical advice around mental health reform.
Does that sit outside Joint Health Command, or is it within Joint Health Command?
It's within Joint Health Command.
Now, Mr. Morton, you came, I think, in 2010 back to Defence.
That's correct.
And you took the position then of the newly created position of Director General, Mental Health, Psychology and Rehabilitation.
Yes.
You have a background as a psychologist,
I have a background as a social worker.
as a social worker.
Yep.
Thank you. Now, may I ask you about, to start with the NTG, the Defence's response to NTG 20, which you'll be familiar with.
Yes.
Yes.
Were you both involved in the development of that document?
Yes.
Yes.
And there's nothing that you wish to alter in that document?
No.
No.
And you've completely responded, have you, to each of the questions that were posed to you?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, may we come to the topic of the, generally, to start with, the Bupa contract. And I understand that the contract was effective from the 14th of January 2019. Now, is the whole of the healthcare provided by Defence provided under the Bupa contract?
No.
What is provided under the, how do we distinguish there? Is there much outside the Bupa contract?
So the Bupa contract is a contract through which we purchase healthcare from the civilian health system to provide it to Defence members. So it provides the lion's share, or we procure the lion's share of the vast majority of healthcare that Defence members access in the garrison environment through the Bupa, through the ADF Health Services contract, currently held with Bupa.
How long is this contract to go for? That's the Bupa contract.
So the procurement is for an initial term of 6 years, with provision for a rolling term addition of 4 1-year terms beyond that. So for a total, the procurement was for a total of 10 years.
Is that at Defence's option or at Bupa's option?
At Defence's option.
Thank you. Now, just to describe very briefly that part that sits outside the master contract,
So
the Bupa contract.
So the ADF Health Services contract that we currently have with Bupa is not exclusive. So where there are niche requirements, for example, that cannot be provided through Bupa, we may purchase or access healthcare services outside of that contract. An example of that might be open arms, Defence members accessing open arms services, for instance. The other thing that is not included in the Bupa contract is the elements of the health services that we resource from within Defence. So, clinical workforce, part of the clinical workforce in our garrison health facilities, our primary healthcare facilities. And then there is the operational support to the operational space, whether that's in the training environment or the deployed environment.
Yes.
Which is a healthcare that is provided by the single services, so Army, Navy, Air Force.
Now, when you said lion's share, you're meaning something like 95% or so is provided under the Bupa contract. Is that what you're saying?
So if we're talking about volume of services in the garrison health system, it would be 95% or more is purchased through the ADF Health Services contract, and it is also the largest part of the budget that I manage.
Now, is that budget publicly known?
I believe so, through through Senate estimates processes, etc. Yeah.
Now, when you have providers of healthcare that come through under the Bupa contract, they don't have arrangements with Defence, do they? Say a psychiatrist. They have arrangements with Bupa. Is that what's happening?
Yes, so there are service provider. So Bupa is responsible for managing and delivering to us a network of service providers in the off-base space, if we're talking about the off-base space, which is our access to specialists. So they are responsible for providing us access to a network of providers, and those providers that are within that network have service provider agreements between themselves and Bupa.
Now, just to explore that, just to go down that mind shaft for a minute, and only shortly, the fee structure for that, is it attractive to specialists to be involved in the provision of services to defence members?
I object to that.
Yeah.
The difficulty is that the agreement at the moment is the subject of a confidentiality claim. Bupa may have views about whether or not this wishes to be publicly known. I simply don't know.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear Mr. Fordham's last 3 words.
Well, I don't know what Bupa's position is on this. I don't even know if their fee structure is publicly available. It's not a matter that I can help with.
Mr. Connor isn't asking for the fee structure at the moment, particularly, is he?
Well, he's asking whether it's attractive.
Yes. Mr. Connor, what do you?
I'll withdraw that question and see if we can approach this another way.
Okay.
Does Defence have difficulty getting psychiatrists through the Bupa system to see its defence members?
So what I can, so the question is no, except where there are, supply pressures in terms of the broader civilian community. So our ability to access health services from the civilian community, we are a microcosm of the broader health system. So, where there are, some constraints on the availability of service providers in certain geographic locations, etc., we're not immune to those difficulties. What I can tell you is that in the order of about 91% of our referrals that we make for psychiatrists in particular are provided through the network that Bupa provide us. So through the networked psychiatrists that are available in the network.
Do you have any concerns at all about delay in a person getting to see a psychiatrist under the Bupa system?
No, we of course I'm always concerned if there are instances in which a person's clinical needs cannot be met through the health service provision. There are robust performance metrics that incentivise Bupa to ensure that they maintain a sufficient network of providers. In instances in managing each individual patient that presents to our system, there are a range of options that are available through which we can provide our members access to services as they need it clinically.
Yes, but are you saying that there's no instances of inability of a defence member to be able to see a Bupa contracted psychiatrist promptly?
Am I saying that there are no? I cannot say that there are no instances where ADF members may be subject to a delay in or a time period between which a referral is made and an appointment is made. There are a range of triaging processes that are involved in that system or in that process, which can include, for instance, the psychiatrist's own practice triaging referrals according to clinical need. The referrals from our primary healthcare centres are also afforded a priority level in terms of the clinical urgency with which they're seen. What I can say is that those ADF members who require urgent clinical care access to that clinical care is facilitated in a prioritised way by our clinical team.
Have you seen any instances where you've personally had concern about delay in a person seeing a psychiatrist?
No, I'm not personally aware of instances.
Sorry, Mr. Connor. Rear Admiral, we've had evidence, extensive evidence of delays, but I'm just trying to get a sense. Your feeling is that it's mainly due to the demands created over the last couple of years with COVID and other issues, and not necessarily something that had existed prior to that? Because there is definitely evidence of extensive delays.
Yes, I'm aware of extensive delays and wait times and pressure on the system. I guess what I'm trying to say is that we have a robust process in which we prioritise and triage the health needs of individual ADF members in terms of accessing care. In any health system, triaging is an inherent part of that process. And we are not immune to the pressures in terms of the supply and the sufficiency of healthcare services in the broader community that translate into ours. Now, our arrangement and our contract with Bupa contains incentives within that contract that drive Bupa to provide a network of service providers and access to service providers externally that exceeds what is generally available in the public health system.
Okay, thank you for that. But my question is, do you feel the delays that exist at the moment are because of the environment, or is it something that had pre-existed prior to COVID and so on?
I think it's because of the environment and of the broader context of the civilian health system.
What are the incentives that you refer to that might encourage a particular psychiatrist to involve themselves in the care of a ADF member?
I can't talk to the incentives between the relationship between Bupa and their service provider network, but what I can talk to broadly are the mechanisms through which our contracted relationship with Bupa incentivises them to maintain a sufficient network and a comprehensive network of service providers.
You speak of a robust process sitting behind to back things up if it doesn't occur under the Bupa contract. Could you just specify precisely what that robust process is?
The health system in Defence is fundamentally a primary healthcare system, a network of GP practices, so primary healthcare facilities that we manage on Defence establishments. The process, so it is through those health centres that Defence members access most of their health care. So that's the primary entry point into accessing healthcare. The clinical team in those health centres, will assess the needs of the individual patient and determine what their healthcare needs and refer them as appropriate or seek to engage relevant healthcare providers that are relevant to that process. Within that, there is a clinical prioritisation process, and the clinical team will, determine what those healthcare needs are. Bupa will be asked to, identify an external healthcare provider as required, and facilitate the members' access to that healthcare appointment. Within that system, there is a prioritisation process for those referrals, depending on either operational priority or clinical priority in terms of access. Those requirements are built into the performance management framework of Bupa to meet the priority of those referrals. And where they can't be met, the primary clinical team are made aware of the inability to do that, and alternative ways of accessing that health service are explored.
Now, you accepted, and plainly there is, delays in the civilian health system. What is Defence doing to ameliorate this position so far as the management of Defence Force members? And in answering, might you address whether it's possible under the Bupa contract for Defence itself to have its own psychiatrists independently of Bupa?
So we so there's ameliorating the the individual clinical needs of an individual patient, which I think I've just explained. In terms of the health system, there are a number of ways in which we have sought to reduce the risk of individuals not being able to access care. We do that through being able to surge health resources into a health centre, find alternative supplies like fly-in, fly-out arrangements. And in terms of specifically around psychiatrists and psychiatric access, Defence has in recent years recruited and engaged uniformed psychiatrists, and at the moment we have 4 of those on Defence establishments. We also have a full-time contracted psychiatrist who provides a second opinion clinic at the ADF Centre for Mental Health. We have also, through our contracted arrangements, established on-base psychiatry clinics in a couple of locations where we have psychiatrists who provide permanent sort of clinics 1 or 2 days a week on our bases.
Where are the 4 psychiatrists located?
So from memory, I think we have 2 in Sydney, 1 in Darwin and 1 in Townsville for the uniformed psychiatrists.
And those, you're saying that those uniformed psychiatrists just do Defence member work?
Correct.
And they're on base and take clinics?
Correct.
Now, and that's consistent with your Bupa contract?
I'm not sure I understand the question, consistent with the Bupa contract.
None of these psychiatrists are engaged with Bupa?
No, that's correct. They are uniformed members engaged by Defence.
May I add to that? The uniform psychiatrists are exactly as Surgeon General advises. Our senior consultant psychiatrist at the ADF Centre for Mental Health is engaged through contract, and that occurs through the Bupa arrangement.
So why does that occur?
That's historically the way we were able to achieve the engagement of that specific psychiatrist who has specific and well-experienced skills in defence and in military mental health.
Doesn't really explain why you had to do that through Bupa, does it?
What I would explain is that at the time it was the it was the best means by which that individual was able to be engaged by defence.
Is that still the situation?
Yes.
The arrangements remain the same, yes.
Now, do you ever have access to the individual contracts between Bupa and the provider?
No.
You've never seen those?
No, not to my knowledge.
Are you entitled to have them, do you know?
I would say no. It's a matter for Bupa. Their commercial arrangements with their service providers is a matter for Bupa.
Now, are you getting feedback from Bupa about what's happening? And if so, what is that feedback?
We have ongoing dialogue and discourse with Bupa across the spectrum of deliverables under the ADF Health Services contract. I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean by the nature of that feedback.
Would you be concerned to understand, I imagine, that the system is working well?
Yes.
And you would have to have information, I imagine, back from Bupa, reporting back to you about how it is working.
Yes, there is very regular performance reporting that occurs in the ongoing management of the ADF Health Services contract. It is, a large expenditure for the government, and it is subject to regular reporting and auditing and management, as you might imagine, over the corporate governance requirements that would go over a contract.
As Surgeon General and Commander of Joint Health Command, are you involved in that, surveying that?
So I have a team who manage it on a daily basis. I certainly am involved in terms of the overall governance and monitoring of that arrangement and the performance management of Bupa.
Have you identified in this process any area of concern that you have, and particularly concerning the management of a particular individual? That should be capable of yes or no answer.
Sorry, could you repeat the
It's
question?
not. I object to that. That's two questions.
I'll accept Mr. Fordham's
You
statement.
can break up the questions, but I don't see that it's objectionable to ask, should it be capable of a yes or no answer?
No, but you can't give a yes or no answer to two questions.
True, I understand that.
I accept Mr. Fordham's
That would be a
observation.
pity.
I just can't see the two questions here, but I'll come again at that.
The first is, have you identified in this process any area of concern that you have? And then you went to the particular, and particularly concerning the management of a particular individual.
So
Is that what you understood?
Yeah, and at the risk of being difficult, if my friend could just expand the first part of the question, is that a system-wide?
Well,
Yeah.
When I was a barrister, I didn't always accept suggestions from my learned opponents, but
I don't accept that one either, Commissioners.
But then the question has to be specified into what is it that is the concern. That's my issue.
well, that can no doubt follow on.
Commissioners, I might start again. Rear Admiral, in all the communications that you had with Bupa since the contract has been in operation from January 2019, have you heard of any matters that are of concern to you?
Yes.
What are those matters?
So since the commencement of the contract, there have been performance issues with the contract that have been dealt with iteratively, like you might imagine in any large contract. Some of those issues have related to invoice management processes, which have been the subject of some internal auditing and external auditing, and that we have worked with Bupa to remediate. We from time to time also have some concerns, have had some concerns around the responsiveness of Bupa to some of our short notice requirements for surge workforce, for example, where their performance has not met the performance measures within the contract. But what I would say, so that's an example of some of those performance metrics that we monitor and measure in an ongoing way, and work with Bupa to remediate those, and Bupa has responded to remediate, performance issues as we partner with Bupa, in the course of our contracted relationship.
Now, turning to the individual, many individuals have been managed in various ways under the Bupa contract. Has anything come to notice to you concerning that's raised your concern about the management of this particular patient under this system?
So, in partnership with Bupa, they participate in our complaints and incident management system. From time to time, the performance of some of our contracted healthcare providers on base and service providers externally can be the subject of complaints and incidents from time to time, like in any health system, where we work collaboratively to resolve those issues. So the answer is yes, I am aware from time to time that individual practitioners can come to our attention in terms of the services that they're delivering, and that's part of our commitment to delivering a high quality healthcare system.
Now, what objectives did Defence have in entering into the Bupa contract?
So the objectives that Defence has in entering into a prime contract, and we've had a prime contract in place since 2012, has been to provide us assurance around access to high quality healthcare services, to consolidate and provide improvements around the corporate governance arrangements over the way in which Defence procures healthcare services, to improve the clinical governance arrangements over those services, and provide opportunities for data-informed continuous improvement within the Defence health system.
And you're getting that data back from Bupa, are you?
We do get regular.
And are you engaged in a process of analysis of that?
Yes.
And you're going back to Bupa saying this needs to be fixed. Is that what you're doing?
We do have several forums in which we engage regularly with Bupa to analyse and reflect on the performance and the data that we collectively have available to us.
Now, is patient-centred care a fundamental objective of this Bupa contract?
Yes, of our health system, it is.
Is it in the contract?
Yes, it is a fundamental principle through which we established and negotiated the ADF Health Services contract.
Now, was an objective to contain costs by entering into the Bupa contract?
Not to reduce costs, but to provide cost certainty. The Bupa contract is a demand-driven contract. Our health services are demand-driven.
And so there's no limit on the extent to which Defence can utilise the system?
No, there is no limit.
What are the forums in which you engage with Bupa concerning the performance of Bupa under the contract?
There are a number of forums that are tiered throughout the organisation. At a service delivery level in our health centres and joint health units, our Defence Commonwealth representatives engage frequently with their respective Bupa and subcontractor representatives regularly around the arrangements and the demand and the facilitation of health service provision at a health centre and joint health unit level. At a Joint Health Command headquarters level, there are multiple forums that occur with frequency around both the corporate governance of this contract, but also the clinical governance. So there are forums, for example, that are the Low Value Care Committee, that is one of those forums in which the health systems data is analysed and is a committee that is focused on quality improvements around low value care. There are clinical governance forums in which Bupa participate at multiple levels of the organisation that go to our needs and, working through service delivery challenges. There is regular forums at a corporate governance level that occur, at monthly intervals, at quarterly intervals, and at annual intervals, in which there are sort of deliberate formal reviews of the performance of the contract.
Commissioners, I was going to move to the next area, which is notice to give 20. If the Commissioners have any general questions concerning the Bupa arrangement?
I don't have a question so much about the Bupa arrangement, but I did just want to ask the Surgeon General, you indicated that of the 4 divisions, the operational support, you talked about the 4 divisions, but then you said operational support is separate and is run by the single services, not by Joint Health Command. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, so what I was describing is that in the non-garrison environment, so it could be field training, it is on ships, it is in the deployed environment, whether that's for training or on operations. The single services maintain a system of healthcare that provides the health support in those environments to ADF members.
What is the reason for that being separate to Joint Health Command?
So the single services are responsible for we call it raise, train, sustain. So it's about generation of capability, and the organic healthcare that is required in those environments is tailored for those. So there are environmental specific, requirements that exist on a ship, for instance. Not technically separate. So as the Surgeon General of the ADF, I retain technical authority for the standards to which that healthcare is provided and the policy framework in which that healthcare is provided. So there is a technical link into my position and to Joint Health Command in terms of that technical oversight and supervision of health service delivery in those environments. So there is a link. It's not completely separate. But in terms of the command and control and the assignment of those health assets to a dependency, the single services retain control of that. There is also a role for Joint Operations Command in terms of in the operational setting and in the collective training space.
Is that technical link strong enough for you to be assured that any variation in standards or aberration in standards within what is a somewhat isolated environment, because we know that isolated environments are potentially breeding grounds for poorer practice to develop, with not necessarily any malign intent, but so I'm just wondering whether the oversight, the link is strong enough to safeguard against that.
So the link is very strong. Each of those, the branches that I talked about in Joint Health Command, 3 of those Director Generals are uniformed, so a representative from each one of the services. They are the Director General of Army Health Services, Air Force Health Services and Navy Health Services. So they are dual-hatted with a technical health role to their single service and perform a dual-hatted role as a branch head in my organisation. Subordinate to those positions are directors of health, and we regularly engage with the single service directors of health who participate in a whole range of our forums, governance forums and clinical governance forums around health quality and safety and the resourcing arrangements around the delivery of healthcare. In support of that also is the Service Level Charter, which is the agreement between Joint Health Command and each of the single service chiefs, and their delegated representative for that service level charter are the directors of health, largely, who we engage with regularly in service delivery working group forums and multiple other forums where we have single service representation. So the links are extremely strong and are well utilised, and we have very frequent daily, weekly, monthly engagement with the health representatives in the single service and with Joint Operations Command and the Director of Health at Joint Operations Command.
Okay, thank you. And can I just ask one question about the Bupa contract? You said that they are incentivised in the contract to maintain a sufficient network of providers. Are those incentives financial, or are there other incentives?
So there is a comprehensive performance management framework which provides incentives relate to the term extensions that I mentioned earlier, but also relate to performance. So, there are some financial incentives that are built into that process as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Could you tell me whether there are any incentives built in to encourage the practitioners engaged by Bupa to learn more about defence-specific types of conditions or injuries? We've heard a number of people say that it's hard to find, for example, a general practitioner in the ordinary community for those who've discharged who knows much about some particular types of injuries or conditions that defence members may suffer from. Does something happen to encourage those practitioners engaged by Bupa to learn about that?
Yes, so Bupa are interested in recruiting to the network reserve health practitioners that exist in the civilian community, and they are also they are proactive in providing information to to these service providers as they are inducted into the network to increase their familiarisation with that. The exact question though around incentives I can't answer, but that would be probably a question for Bupa to answer in terms of how they incentivise that. But
I have another question too, really related to some evidence we heard in Brisbane from a medical practitioner, former army officer, who set up his own clinic near the Enoggera Barracks, which provides a range of medical and other disciplines, health-related, as in effect a combined clinic. And the evidence seemed intriguing and useful to people in the Defence Force. I gather to the extent that quite a few of the members of the Defence Force at Enoggera also seek treatment there because of the range of specialties available. Does Bupa have any plans to develop that sort of clinical approach?
I'm aware of the practice that you talk of. There is not a plan within our current ask of Bupa in our contracted arrangements to develop such a specific model, but we are constantly talking to Bupa and exploring ways in which we can further enhance and improve the service offering to Defence members, including Defence-aware practitioners and clinics, and particularly work that we've more recently been doing around the GP Connect initiative in support of transitioning members.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just did have a corollary to the question I asked before, in the opposite of the incentives. Are there any sanctions if Bupa fails to meet the contract in terms of service delivery?
Yes, and yes, there are. And it's probably beyond me to give a lot of detail right now, but we could certainly provide that to the Commission in more detail should you want it.
Thank you. I just have one issue, if I may. Has there been any work, and I'm happy for either of you to comment on this if you can, has there been any work done by way of either in a procurement process or otherwise to compare and contrast the benefits that are afforded to serving members compared to non-military health programs. And the reason I'm asking, if I can give you background, is we've had some anecdotal evidence, and I stress it is only anecdotal evidence, that it is somewhat less, your entitlements are somewhat less than what you would get outside of the military environment. One example has been given in relation to, for instance, glasses. A normal health fund may give you 2 pairs of glasses a year, whereas we understand Bupa gives you 1 pair every 3 years. So the sense is that, or the suggestion is that it is somewhat diminished benefits being afforded. Can you comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The first point that I would make is that it's not Bupa who are determining those entitlements, it is Defence. So Defence has a healthcare entitlement that is articulated in health policy. The arrangement through the ADF Health Services contract is to bring that entitlement to life, but it is not the Bupa contract that it is determining what those entitlements are. The initial question was around, is there any work to look at that? It is a publicly funded health system that we provide to Defence members that is broadly provided against what is publicly available in the MBS. We do provide a bit beyond that. I have, recently initiated some work internally to have my policy area look into the provisions that we have in health policy around access to, for example, a range of allied health services that would not ordinarily be funded under the MBS, but which may be of benefit to Defence members. So there is work that we do in constantly reviewing the health policy and the range of entitlements, which obviously would be subject to business cases within Defence in terms of the overall budget for health care provisions. So it is something that we in Defence are acutely aware of and are conscious of. We also engage with DVA in maintaining some awareness so that we can work to, where possible, align and improve the access to healthcare so that it optimises it for Defence members. The other point that I would make is that the purpose of the Defence health system is around enabling Defence capability. So it is about maintaining the fitness of individual ADF members, to contribute to Defence capability.
Thank you. Mr. Connor?
That, of course, would include psychological fitness, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Now, we've heard repeatedly that veterans and families value their practitioners having an understanding of Defence life. Just a yes or no response to this. Does Defence have in place a system that ensures that every practitioner who sees a Defence member has an understanding of military life?
Yes.
Thank you. Will it take long to explain that system? Or we can do that by way of writing, I think is more effective.
I could briefly explain that system.
I think we'll move on at the minute. Now, operator, might you display def.quadruple9.0007.0001, please? This, Commissioners, is the Defence's response to NTG Def 20, and it's a response dated 7 April 2022. Operator, might you go to page 5? And operator, might you display the middle section of the page and the responses to question 5. Now, it seems in paragraph 16, that defence is aiming for, or seeking, or only providing parity with what's available in the Australian public health system. And you're not seeking to match what might be available in a private health system. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, we know that, and on many occasions, members of defence are being admitted to public hospitals rather than private hospitals. Is that correct for their management?
Yes, members are admitted to public hospitals, but also to private hospitals.
That's a very small proportion, isn't it, of services that are provided?
I don't believe so. I would actually need to take on notice the exact proportion of that.
Is it the nature of the service, or what's the determining factor as to whether they are admitted to a public hospital or admitted to a private hospital?
So if I talk about acute care, so any emergency healthcare is naturally primarily delivered in a public hospital system. So if individuals have an urgent need for healthcare, they will attend an emergency department and be admitted to a public hospital. Depending on, in the elective space, it can very much depend upon the practice of the individual specialist service provider as to whether or not that service would be delivered in a public hospital where that practitioner has visiting rights and there is a public-private model that operates in those facilities, or within a specific private health facility.
So Defence is covering the admission costs to the private hospital, the theatre costs, the anaesthetist costs, the surgeon's costs and the post-operative care costs?
Correct. We provide, we cover all of the costs to that, including we will often be, very often, if not always, invoiced by a public hospital in terms of the admission of ADF members.
Now, does Defence ensure that in a public hospital, if surgery is required, that the surgeon, the primary surgeon who carries out the operation, is the specialist? Is that yes or no to that?
No, we don't. I don't have a mechanism by which we ensure that in all circumstances the individual conducting that surgery would be a specialist. It may be that if an individual is admitted to a public hospital under an emergency circumstance, that it would be based on their clinical need, the recommended treatment of the treating clinical team in that location at that time, which may, I would imagine, include the surgical team that is on call in that public hospital.
You would appreciate that many operations are carried out on public patients by registrars in training?
Yes.
There's no particular requirement of Defence to have the specialist surgeon carry out the surgery rather than the registrar. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And have you got any idea about, has Defence ever looked at the numbers of operations carried out by registrars as distinct from specialists in Defence people admitted to and having surgery at public hospitals?
I'm not aware that that work has been looked at.
Now, may you look at paragraph 17 and Defence's response. Surgeon General, through health policy, may authorise the provision of health services not routinely available in the public system. Now, is this, when you say through health policy, are you saying there that this is done in a general way? And if so, what are those policy documents?
That's referring to policy that articulates that health care beyond what is available on the MBS, for example, or the PBS may be authorised and approved for purchasing at Commonwealth expense. And it is reflecting that the authority for those approvals is delegated to individuals within the Defence Health System.
And that it's done in individual cases, is it?
Correct. On a case-by-case basis, there is an approval process for healthcare beyond what is available on the MBS or the PBS to be approved by delegates within my Defence Health System.
And how frequently is that done? You'd have some numbers, I imagine, as to each year, how things go through the standard way as distinct from under the paragraph 17 way.
It is a frequently exercised delegation. I don't have at hand the volume of those types of approvals with me today, but it is a relatively frequently exercised delegation within my team.
Now, Operator, might you proceed to the bottom of the page in question 6, the response to question 6. Now, Operator, might you display the next page in paragraph C? This refers to the ADF Centre for Mental Health. Now, how many people are working full-time in the ADF Centre for Mental Health?
So I don't have the exact number in front of me at the moment. It would be easy to provide that. But within the centre and the operations of the centre, I think we're probably at around the 40-ish mark at the moment following recent recruitments, but we would want to confirm that for you.
And where is the ADF Centre for, where are the people located?
So the ADF Centre central location is at HMAS Penguin, and then we have regional teams in locations out in the regions aligned with the joint health units in each of the regions where there's a joint health unit, and therefore we have staff in each of those regions and at HMAS Penguin.
Aren't there 56 places where the...
There are that number of, around that number of health centres, but joint health units are the regional headquarters for a number of health centres. And so our regional teams from the ADF Centre for Mental Health are aligned with the joint health units.
Now, how many of those regional centres are there?
So there are 8 joint health units who collectively look after 49 health service delivery points.
And they see ADF members, do they?
Correct.
Every person sees ADF members in the unit?
So we're talking about the joint health units or the ADF Centre for Mental Health?
The ADF Centre for Mental Health.
The ADF Centre Mental Health provides a number of services. All of them are to ADF members, but their services go beyond just the services identified in that paragraph.
What are they doing in their weeks? Just to give us some idea of what's happening.
So it's essentially ADF Centre has a role of being able to provide education, awareness and mental health skills programs to ADF members. It will support mental health promotion activities. It will also conduct mental health workforce training programs. And in addition, we provide consultancy services, and one of those, consultancy to Command, for instance, but the other consultancy we provide is a clinical consultancy through the Second Opinion Clinic, and that service is provided to our health providers in the Defence Health System. If they're experiencing a more complex case situation, they use that as a resource for clinical advice.
Now, you refer in your answer to paragraph B to members can request a second opinion. And then you then refer in paragraph C. So, yes, say a member is a little disappointed with the management that is having on the first occasion. What are you saying about this second opinion?
So there are two different processes being identified, one in paragraph B and one in paragraph C. The one in paragraph C is referring to where our clinicians are managing a particular patient's treatment, may seek additional consultancy advice, and they will seek a second opinion from a team at the ADF Centre, who will then undertake a process of gathering the information from the clinician, but are also then actually seeing the individual patient. We'll also invite to see the patient's family as defined by the patient. We'll review medical records and we'll review other related information and then provide a second opinion to the clinician, but also advise through that advice to the patient as well. Paragraph B goes to a situation where individual health patients for any health condition may well be seeking a second opinion because they're not satisfied with the interaction that they're having at the time. And through the Garrison Health processes, there are processes through clinicians where they can seek to have a second opinion provided by discussion with their medical officer or with their other health provider.
Is where it's sought by the patient, is it always granted? Just a yes or no to that, if you can.
Well, I can't answer that because I'm not aware of every single health interaction in the health system. But what I can tell you is that the policy settings allow for a patient to request a second opinion should they desire one.
And you haven't done any analysis of what's happening in that paradigm yet, is that right? In terms of requests and grants?
I'm not aware of requests and grants. The requests that would be made by individual patients for a second opinion would be made largely verbally, probably, to the clinician in the course of a clinical consult. So I don't have visibility of either the volume, instances, the number or scale of how often those requests are made or how often they are facilitated.
Defence accepts that it's under an obligation to provide medical and particularly mental wellbeing care to members of the ADF?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Now, Operator, might you display question 9 and the response, which is on page 8 of the document. Now, you responded here about information. The question concerns information back to the chain of command. Might you display the top half of the page, please? Now, you identify 5 occasions there where, and 2 qualifies typical and includes, but 5 occasions where chain of command may find out something about the health status and perhaps the mental status of an individual. You express elsewhere that in your response that Defence understands that people may be, Defence members may well be approaching the civil system or the civilian system to have some of their problems dealt with. And you also say that one of the reasons for that may be fear of the impact of that on employability and deployability. Do you accept that the conveying information concerning an individual's health and mental status back to the chain of command creates a serious tension in the individual's position within a unit and under that chain of command?
Yes, I accept that there is a tension.
Now, is there, when providing information to the chain of command, you're providing very substantial information to the chain of command about the health and mental well-being status of an individual. Is that right?
No, I don't agree with that. Where there is a member's consent to provide substantial information, that may well be the case. But the sharing of information is always within the bounds of consent in terms of the sharing of clinical information. What we provide routinely is advice to command about the implications of somebody's medical condition on their ability to be employed and deployed in terms of their safety, their workplace health and safety obligations. So it might include, for example, not the diagnosis or clinical details about the medical condition, but a range of restrictions which might include, for instance, the individual is not fit to participate in physical training activities. The member is not fit to drive a car. The member is not fit to go to sea on a ship. So those sorts of, so it's really about the implications in terms of that person in the workplace that we communicate regularly. The communication of more fulsome clinical details about that member is subject to the consent of the individual in terms of the degree to which that would be communicated.
Now, if the chain of command requests further information, you provide it?
Insofar as it might be to further clarify what that member is able to do and not to do in the work environment. But we would not be providing detailed clinical information about a diagnosis or the clinical details of a member's condition without a member's consent.
Where the member doesn't consent, are you telling chain of command that in any case, that there may be, this person may have a mental health condition?
We do not provide, without the member's consent, clinical information including the diagnosis or group of conditions that person might be suffering.
So you're saying that all you provide is, without the member's consent, is the restrictions,
Correct.
statement of the restrictions, and that's all?
Correct.
So how many members are consenting broadly to having their entire information provided to chain of command versus those who are not consenting?
In my experience, the vast majority of ADF members do consent for a degree of communication of that clinical information when the clinician discusses with them whether or not there is benefit in sharing that information or not. So in the vast majority of cases, consent is not an issue, but we absolutely also appreciate that consent is not always provided for that information sharing to occur.
Now, is there any standing form consent provided by anyone in the Australian Defence Force to the provision of their clinical information to chain of command?
Yes, there is a form. In fact, I'm aware of at least two forms that explicitly are about the sharing of clinical information. One of those templated forms is in relation to the conduct of medical employment classification review processes, or MEC processes, where the member in an informed consent process articulates what they are consenting to, and the member, I would also point out, can consent to a part of that information or all of that information, or they can consent to specific bits of personal sensitive information out of their health record to be shared and not others. And there is also a more general consent form available for clinicians to document that consent, with a member, and the member physically signs it. Consent can also be documented through a verbal conversation that gets documented in the health record.
Now, what I was exploring there was consents obtained, informed consent by the patient obtained around the time of the emergence of the particular condition? Or is it a situation that in some cases you've got standing consents?
No, we don't have standing consents. Consent is an ongoing process in our health system, like in any health system. Informed consent is an inherent part of the process. Consent around the sharing of health information is a deliberate process that is engaged in depending on the circumstance that requires that to be required.
If a person's having a concern about their mental well-being, mental health, do you have a system where a third party can be involved to assist the member in deciding whether all that material is provided to the chain of command?
There would be no obstacle if the client was saying, I would like to have a third party involved to help me understand this or to consider the implications. The clinician would have no obstacle in terms of doing that, because again, it's being done on the basis of the person's consent. If there were situations where the clinician thought that might be useful, they would endeavour to be talking to the client about that to see if that's something that they would like to be able to do that would help them.
There's no standing policy within Defence that occur, though, is there?
I don't think there's. I don't recall a standing policy that says this will be done this way. But there's no policy that inhibits it from occurring, and in situations of good clinical practice, it would not be uncommon to be checking out what the client is wanting in terms of other people they want engaged in consideration of their treatment or actions they're going to be taking.
who are the people who are deciding whether to pass the clinical information over to the chain of command?
The patient.
Sorry, who is the person seeking the patient's consent?
So it would generally be the treating clinician in the Garrison Health facility who assesses a patient, makes an assessment that the individual needs some restrictions to be imposed, in their work, and that information, which is non-clinical in nature, is communicated, through the patient, largely through the issuing of we call it a PM101 or a CHIT, which articulates those recommended restrictions that the individual should have around them in terms of their employability or deployability based on that condition. But the patient will determine whether or not more information or clinical medical information, including diagnosis or any of the other specific treatment, information is shared with command. So
there must be a particular policy document that governs this process, is there?
Well, there is in the Defence Health Manual. In the 3 volumes, there is policy guidance on the sharing of clinical information.
And it's only Defence member medical practitioners that make these decisions with the patients?
What do you mean by Defence member medical practitioners?
I mean, it's not people under the Bupa system.
No, it can be. So we have a multidiscipline, a mixed workforce in our health centres that includes contracted healthcare providers that are GPs, dentists, physios, the range of health services that we provide out of our health teams. So yes, contracted healthcare providers can be engaged in that process with the patient and articulating and documenting workplace restrictions in order to communicate with command. But the provision of information beyond the workplace restrictions is at the discretion and with the consent of the member if that information gets communicated to command.
Do the contracted medical practitioners have access to the Defence Health Manual?
Yes, they do.
Yes.
And they are required to comply with it.
So you're constantly putting people, allowing access, are you, to GPs and specialists around Australia to their Defence Health Manual?
So I think you're talking about, on the one hand, the workforce, the clinicians that we have working in our health centres on garrison health establishment, on defence establishments, versus the broader service provider network, which is mostly specialists and allied healthcare workers who we refer to outside of the primary healthcare system. That service provider list on the, of off-base providers, as we refer to them, does not have routine access to the Defence Health Manual, no, but the clinicians that are engaged and regularly communicate in terms of the occupational restrictions that a member might have is the primary healthcare team, which includes public servants, uniformed clinicians and contracted health staff, any of whom in that clinical team on base would articulate and document any workplace restrictions that are required for the member to keep them safe. It would not normally ever be the case that a specialist would document that workplace restriction. That is the role of the primary healthcare team through which healthcare is coordinated, who would translate those workplace restriction requirements in order to communicate with command or the workplace about how that person should be employed or restricted in terms of their work.
Now, how do you exclude or stop pressure being exerted by the defence-associated people on the member to consent?
Can you explain what you're meaning by can you explain what you mean by concede?
Consent.
Oh, consent. Sorry,
My
my
apologies.
apologies. Yep.
We would, so informed consent is fundamental in the clinical relationship between a clinician and a patient. And as it relates to the consenting of the provision of health information, I am not aware of any instances where a member would be pressured to consent to that release in the clinical setting.
Thank you. Now, might we turn to paragraph D? Do you know whether there's any instances of defence members having third parties there to help them in the process that constitutes informed consent?
Yes.
Is it
So
happening frequently, or?
I couldn't tell you how often in the process of informed consent for the release of health information a third party is involved. We wouldn't measure that routinely.
Sorry?
We wouldn't measure it routinely or track it.
Now, requests back from command officers for further information, how is that tracked? And it's the first question, and in conjunction with that, is what happens so far as the defence members' consent there to the provision of that requested information?
In answer to the first question, I don't believe it is tracked. It is a process that occurs in the operation of the health services that occur at a garrison health facility. And the second question, could you just repeat that for me?
That concerned when a chain of command seeks further information, what is the process there about seeking the members' consent? Is that redone?
So the process, so if a commander was seeking further clarification about the workplace restrictions of an individual, that request would come back to the health centre staff, and the health centre staff would be providing a response to that request within the bounds of the consent that existed. If the consent was not provided for the sharing of clinical or personal sensitive health information, that would not be provided. If the response to that question required that, then that is something that could be negotiated with the patient, but the patient would be consulted.
Coming to paragraph D1, now you speak here of an individual welfare board. Sorry, next page please, operator. Next section, displaying the whole of D. Thank you, operator. D's got two. If you could display the previous page, D, plus Roman 1, 2 and 3, or 1 and 2. Now, you speak here of medium or high risk of suicides. Is Defence still using this way of treating, analysing suicides into low, medium and high risk?
So I think I've indicated in previous evidence that our guidance in terms of interpretation in presentation to command is that we have used a categorisation that enables the identification at those levels. We are moving away from that process of conclusions around assessments and what makes up of it. But it is the case that at the moment it does, and those categories and what goes to inform those categories that you've referred to are identified as the trigger points for establishment to take the case of the situation to an individual welfare.
Now, just can you speak for 1 minute about what an individual welfare board is?
So an individual welfare board is essentially a command-operated board that enables the opportunity for command to have an overview of a range of factors, including health, that would be impacting on an individual's health and welfare. As I understand them, individual welfare boards are operated by commanders on whatever regularity they may require them. From a joint health command point of view, we would provide health representation, and that could well be through a medical officer, could well be through a rehabilitation consultant. It could well be someone who provides from our healthcare coordination forums that carries forward the multidisciplinary team's treatment understanding around that individual's circumstances. I understand that other representatives at those welfare boards can go to representatives from other parts of the Defence organisation, Defence Member Family and Support Services, and can, in certain circumstances where it's identified, can include members of family as well.
Now, so there's really a river, isn't there, of information being provided under D1 back to chain of command, who's sitting involved in the individual welfare board concerning a person struggling with their mental well-being.
There is a consent process that is involved in participation of an individual welfare board. So consent is sought from the patient as to the sharing of and participation, or who may participate in that welfare board and be, and with whom that clinical, personal, sensitive information would be shared, and the
I have a
degree to
question
which
in
that.
relation to that point, Admiral. And I appreciate this may not be your area and you may need to take this on notice, but we would be grateful if we can get whatever standard operating procedures or rules govern independent welfare boards. The evidence we have is that that's not occurring. People turn up to be faced with a panel of very senior officers, and I'm told on one occasion the individual concerned was not even notified because their attendance was not required. They discussed their case in their absence. I appreciate that may be a rare occurrence and it may not be your area, but there must be standard operating procedures about the convening and carrying out of the duties of those boards.
Yes, there are procedures around it, and I think we could take it on notice too.
Thank you.
Provide that.
Now, where there's the second opinion system referred to in paragraph B, does chain of command find out about that a second opinion's been sought? This is paragraph B of 19B. Members can request a second opinion. They're not satisfied with the interaction or outcomes of an appointment.
Not unless the member shares that information with command.
Consents to
Or
its sharing.
consents to it.
And there's a process there, is there?
It wouldn't routinely be required that command would know that a member is attending a second opinion per se. absences from the workplace are notified, obviously, to the workplace supervisors and command if it requires an absence from the workplace to attend an appointment, but the nature of that appointment would not routinely be advised to command.
Operator, might you return to question 32? Sorry, paragraph 32. It's a response to part question 9. It's on page 8. Now, in relation to paragraph A, which will be displayed, this is just a no consent paragraph, isn't it? It's just done straight off.
Correct. So just to clarify, Mr. Connor, you mean that consent is not required for that type of information to be
Yes.
conveyed? Yes.
Does this have any, you referred earlier to, in other parts of this response, or defence has, to people seeking treatment off base in the civilian system and privately. You would appreciate that this kind of thing, what's referred to in paragraph A, may well have an impact on members wanting to go off base or off into the civilian health system.
Yes, I'm aware that, aware of that circumstance. But there are important WHS responsibilities of both the defence member and of the health system to ensure the health and safety in the workplace of individuals. Where information is conveyed to the chain of command, how many people are normally involved in that process that have access to the information? So that the process, where a member is recommended for some employment restrictions, whatever they may be, it is documented on a PM 101, and it is normally the case that that member is required to present that artefact to their workplace and to their workplace supervisor to inform them of the recommendations in terms of the employment restrictions. The health system and the healthcare providers in that instance make recommendations. Any absence from the workplace or restrictions from certain elements of somebody's duty in the workplace is approved by the workplace or by the command chain in that workplace. So, and the number of people that are involved in that would generally be the treating clinical clinician in the health centre, the patient, and the workplace supervisor, or a delegate in the workplace to which that individual would normally report.
Operator, might you display paragraph question 7, please? Now, this paragraph concerns elective surgery, and you'll see in paragraph 25, some surgical procedures may require higher level approval. In general, this applies to procedures that are not routinely covered by Medicare. Now, is what's happening the surgeon is getting a Medicare level fee? Do you know, or not?
So the fee structure and the commercial arrangements for various service providers in the network is really a matter between Bupa, our prime contractor, and those service providers.
Now, there's some approval process happening referred to in paragraph 25. What's happening there?
So where an ADF member has been seen by a specialist surgeon and has been recommended for a surgical procedure to address a clinical problem that is elective in nature, that is not urgent or emergent, there is a process through which that individual needs to come back into defence and ensure that the timing of that surgery is appropriate in order to facilitate the individual's recovery or whatever their perioperative needs might be for that surgery, but also to contemplate what the employment and deployability implications might be of that surgery so that we can ensure the individual is afforded the appropriate supports and timeframes and absences from that workplace to optimise their healthcare.
Now, you'll see in 24B a process of reviewing the report and approves the surgery. Is surgery ever not approved by the reviewing officer, by the referring medical officer?
Very rarely would it be not approved.
Do you know of instances where it's not been approved?
So, for instance, so the approval process here is around, as I just discussed, the timing and the logistic coordination around that surgery, but it is also around the expenditure of Commonwealth funds. So examples that we do not fund are cosmetic surgery, and there may be, other examples that I could probably with time provide you, but there are occasions where the surgery is not approved or it requires further consideration because it might have particular implications in terms of their specialist employment stream. So, for instance, certain types of refractive surgery have implications for people who are in occupations such as clearance diving or are fast jet pilots. And so there are some elective surgical procedures that would have significant implications in terms of that person's work stream and profession that they perform within the Defence Forces.
Are commanding officers involved in this process at all?
So commanding officers and the workplace are involved insofar as negotiating the timing of surgery.
Now, Operator, might you move to question 8, which is on page 7. And Operator, might you display paragraph 27? (26) and 27, please. Now, 27 refers to ADF members being obliged to disclose any health condition to Defence that creates a risk or increases an existing risk to the health and or safety of the ADF member or other persons. What's the source of that obligation?
The Defence Health Manual, I know, is a policy that articulates that particular obligation.
How is it imposed on the Defence member, though?
Defence members are all aware of that obligation. My understanding is also that they are informed of that obligation through the recruiting process.
Is it part of the contract that they enter into when they join the Defence Force?
I believe so, but I might need to take on notice.
Yeah, I think that one assumes there is a contract, and
Yeah.
this witness may or may not know how the recruiting structure works because they are members.
Thanks, John. I'll move on, Commissioners. The second part of the sentence 2 in that paragraph, if a defence member plans to undergo any health treatment or procedure external to the health service that has the potential to affect their employability or deployability, that member must discuss the treatment or procedure with a defence medical officer. Now, what's the source of that obligation to your knowledge?
The Defence Health Manual.
Defence Health Manual.
Now, what happens if one does not do that and it's identified?
If one does not do that, then it sort of assumes we would never know that that has occurred. If the clinical team or a member of the Defence Health Services, that information is divulged to them by the member, what occurs is that we would seek to understand the implications of that particular treatment or procedure or access to healthcare, the implications that has on the medical status of the member in terms of their employability and deployability. We would seek to, gain as much information as we can about that to include in the member's comprehensive health record. And we would seek to support the member with their clinical needs.
Is there any sanction on the defence member?
Not initiated by the health system.
Now, coming back to paragraph 26, and the first matter you refer to is fear of impact of a health condition on employability and deployability. How have you arrived at that view?
We know that a barrier to accessing healthcare for defence members is concerns that they might have about employability and deployability. We accept that is a barrier to them accessing care from time to time. And we work hard to optimise the trust in the health system. It is clearly our preference that ADF members engage with the Defence Health System so that because we are best placed to coordinate their healthcare and manage that tension that exists between a clinical condition and employability and deployability.
Now, have you any thoughts yourself as to how this might be improved so that there's no or less fear of impact of a health condition on employability and deployability, driving or seeking or causing people to not engage with the Defence Health Force?
I think in terms, there will always be that tension. And I think in my previous evidence, I articulated that whether it is the current MEC system, employment classification system as we know it, or some other administrative process that is around managing people's fitness to do a job, there will always be a need for us to understand what restrictions and to be able to articulate and translate somebody's health condition into a communication with the workplace that clearly articulates what is in the interests medically of that member to do or not to do in the workplace to keep them safe and to optimise their recovery. So I think we accept absolutely that there remains a barrier to accessing healthcare if people are concerned, nervous, that their employability or deployability may be impacted. In terms of improving that situation, it is about communication and us continuously striving to maintain our defence members' trust in our health system.
You know, there's a fear, though, amongst some of interacting with that health system, and that has not arisen in a vacuum.
So I accept that there are absolutely members whose trust has been impacted by events, and that from time to time they might not trust our health system. But what I can also tell you is that our health system provides a huge volume of services to ADF members. In the order of 1.4 million interactions every year occur with ADF members accessing healthcare through our garrison health system. In excess of 1 million services are procured through our Bupa contract every year. So while I absolutely accept that we do not have the privilege of 100% of ADF members' trust in our health system, we are providing a huge volume of health services to ADF members each and every year that would demonstrate that it is not everybody who does not trust our health system, and we are providing high quality healthcare to the vast majority of ADF members who do maintain trust in our health system.
Going to the area of mental well-being, you'd imagine that those people might be particularly susceptible to this fear of going to Defence Force practitioners. Do you accept that?
So I would accept that people may well express and have a fear of that of going to a defence mental health practitioner because of those concerns.
Now, the lack of trust, as it were, amongst those members may well spread to others, mightn't it?
It may well do. So yes, it may well. There are things that we have undertaken in Defence to try to assist members to better understand and trust the system, and for Command to better understand it, which I could give some examples to if you wish.
Not at present.
Sure. Yep.
Now, this fear itself may very well have an impact on members. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Now, in terms of sanctions for people who go outside the Defence Force health system, you've said there's no sanction initiated by Joint Health Command. Do you know whether anyone else in Defence is using a sanction process here?
I'm not in a position to answer that question. I don't personally have any awareness of those sanctions, if any are ever put in place.
Now,
Mr. Connor, I think that's an issue we would like to discuss in relation to.
There's a minute or two left if that's convenient.
Certainly, yeah.
Would you like
Please
to?
go ahead and then you'll get to us.
I've noticed it's 12:30, the lunch break is 12:28 now. Whatever, if the commissioners have some questions in this territory now.
Okay. Well, perhaps I might start for a change. I appreciate, we certainly appreciate there's a great deal of work has gone on and is continuing to go on in terms of helping people who put their hand up to say, I'm not travelling well, I'm suffering from depression or some sort of psychological issues. But certainly the evidence we've heard up to now is that the system is not working. As soon as someone puts their hand up, it's been put to us that they're immediately ostracised. There is significant stigma attached to any mental health issues that people raise, and then they become marginalised and called malingerers and so on. While we appreciate there's a great deal of work has gone on there, what measures are in place to try and stop that from happening?
So I think some of the measures go to being able to educate command around what mental health conditions.
Sorry, could you be specific?
I can be specific in that when command courses are being run across each of the three services, we would provide input to those command courses to explain mental health conditions, their presentation, the trajectory, the nature of recovery. We'll provide that information. We also promote through the various mental health promotion activities that occur to members and ADF members the interventions that can be available to secure recovery and early intervention. So we try to address those issues of stigma that can increase trust that something can be done about mental health conditions. We also recognise that the idea of being able to have individual ADF members increase their confidence in the system is a really key point, and it's a continuing effort. And I might say it's central to the issue of trying to encourage people to be able to access care. So I would not walk back from the evidence that you're referring to and suggest that that doesn't occur, but I would say that there are circumstances where we also see alternatives where people are stepping forward. And that's shown also not just through anecdotally, through lived experience that we hear about and we see, because we hear both those lived experiences, but also through research, which I can see is on the agenda for today, so I won't go into in detail now. But there is research that indicates people having trust to access the service very soon after they believe they've got a concern for their mental health. So I think we've got a range of information that's available, but it doesn't take away from the concern you raise.
If I can just ask one other question and taking it further. One of the things that we have been told occurs almost immediately as soon as someone puts their hand up is the medical downgrading, and you've referred to it as employability and deployability, I think, Admiral. Is there a defendable, transparent criteria for people being medically downgraded as soon as they raise an issue?
Yes, there is policy guidelines. The normal process is that an individual might be temporarily medically unfit or restricted in a more temporary way while the individual's health condition is fully understood. And so that deliberate medical employment classification process is not something that would generally happen immediately, but there is this ongoing tension to make the situation safe, so and ensure the workplace health and safety obligations of a member, and to afford the treating clinical team to work with the member to understand the nature of the condition with which they're presenting. So it is an ongoing process, and I while I absolutely appreciate the perception of some that there is an immediate downgrading, some of that is the formal process to make sure that we can make the workplace aware that the individual needs an opportunity to attend to a medical problem and is made available for further health appointments, clinical interactions to understand the nature of that problem. And it is a continuous process of decision-making that goes into that. There is also flexibility within those systems for downgrading and upgrading as the clinical situation evolves.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Just on that last matter, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, and it's always a judgment. But is there any consideration given in that process between, I guess, the desire to make the workplace safe, as you described it, versus the risk to the individual, which might actually be increased through that process? How is that kind of balanced?
Again, I think, I would refer to the clinical judgment of the, of the clinician involved in that process in engaging with the member. I think the other important part in this is that unique relationship in our context between command, the patient, and the clinical treating team, and subject to the bounds of consent as we've been discussing, there is significant protective factors that are available within that system where that relationship can be transparent and supportive.
But with all due respect, Rear Admiral, that relationship potentially exists within any employment place. There is the potential for an employer to support or make changes, adjustments that would support the health of the worker, but it would seem that in a non-military workplace there's perhaps more ability to the patient, if we use that word, to make an informed choice about whether or not they wish their employer to actually be part of that process.
I would accept that it is a unique and close relationship, and that relationship is not always protective, and clearly we're highlighting some of the risks associated with that relationship. But from my experience, where it works well and is transparent and there is open communication, it can indeed be an incredibly protective factor for an individual, because I would argue that unlike a civilian situation, that relationship between the clinical treating team and the workplace is more informed, more culturally sensitive, and closer, between those three parties than exists in the civilian setting.
And where it doesn't work well, which is many of the examples that, of course, have come to us, I think the opposite potentially applies. And therein lies the challenge, I guess. Can I perhaps move from that just to go back to the issue of consent? If, for example, an ADF member sees a networked service provider, from what I understand what you said, if they recommend someone should have sick leave, that has to go back via the Garrison primary health care staff to go to chain of command recommending that sick leave, and then chain of command approves the leave of absence from the workplace. Is that how that...
Yeah, that is generally the way. I appreciate it sounds bureaucratic, but one of the important roles of our primary healthcare capabilities on bases is that healthcare coordination function, which again sets that apart from the normal primary healthcare system in a civilian setting. So that healthcare coordination function performed in our health centres includes that communication and translation of employment restrictions or physical restrictions that are recommended for a member into the workplace restrictions.
I mean, I think all primary healthcare providers would say they provide a coordination function.
Yes, I appreciate that.
They don't generally have the luxury of being able to exercise it in the way that you're describing your primary healthcare providers to do. So it does sound, in some ways, a luxury, some ways inefficient. But I guess the question I wanted to ask is about the denial of sick leave, because very clearly a health practitioner recommends sick leave. It's then up to the chain of command delegate to approve it. And we've certainly heard instances where it hasn't been approved. Now, perhaps there might be some guidance for that, but I'm wondering whether there are any safeguards, whether there's a need to report anywhere that recommended sick leave has been denied, so that there is some oversighting of the potential for recommended healthcare not to be observed.
So where a commanding officer may not agree with the recommendations of the healthcare provider in terms of sick leave or restrictions at work, the requirement is for that workplace supervisor or the command chain to conduct a risk assessment and to risk assess that process. And as I understand it, that decision making should be documented in terms of the outcome of that risk assessment process.
How well trained do you think chain of command is to undertake that risk assessment about the implications of not following the medical recommendations?
So defence commanders and workplace supervisors are, in my view, very well trained in risk assessments at large more broadly. The requirement to conduct a risk assessment in that context is that they engage with the relevant clinical treating team in conducting that risk assessment. So they would have health expertise contributing into the risk assessment process as it relates to a health issue. So broadly,
presumably, if that was the case, though, you'd have the health practitioner recommending what they originally recommended and the chain of command not agreeing.
yes, quite possibly.
Okay, could I just ask one other question relating to the consent issue? I guess you indicated information is only shared with consent, and I accept that that's the kind of general premise. But I guess I'm just reflecting on the nature of military service. It's very structured, very hierarchical, very much do as you're directed to do. Do you think that potentially impacts on a defence member's willingness or capacity to give informed consent? I mean, do you think they're empowered to say no, I guess is the question I really want to ask, that they don't want their information shared with chain of command, but they don't feel they can say no because for whatever reason?
So I'm aware of that narrative, and it is a narrative that is, familiar to me, and that, we as military healthcare providers often contemplate. However, my experience as a clinician and as a clinical leader in the defence health system is that the nature of the relationship between a clinician and the patient in terms of gaining that informed consent supports the ability of a patient to be able to make genuine informed consent about participation in the healthcare system. I appreciate that there are no doubt sort of employment pressures that come to play for defence members, but also for, civilian people in various, places of employment. I'm not sure that answers your question, Commissioner, but, I do think that there is a genuine availability for informed consent to be provided within the Defence Health System, and that Defence members are never provided a health treatment that they are unwilling to accept.
May I offer you an observation? I don't think it's too far-fetched to consider there would be individuals who, as a result of their understanding, their expectations around what it means to be in the Defence Force, nor that sometimes their condition can impact on their sensitivity to keeping it private and all of those things. I don't think it's too far-fetched to think that individuals may in fact feel like they cannot, they should not, and they should just consent. I think one of the cultural expectations that we have of our health providers is that they recognise that that's one of the cultural behaviours they need to be alert to, and that's the sensitivity they need to be attuned to when they're having that consent conversation, both with the individual ADF member and the health practitioner. I would accept that, in fact, that may change with various individuals, but overall, I'd fully support the approach that we've described here around consent. But could certain individuals feel it? I would imagine that could happen very easily for some people.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas? Nothing? Okay.
Just one further question.
Sure.
An independent patient advocate would fix this problem, wouldn't it?
An independent patient advocate who may have the consent of the patient to participate could influence it. Whether it fix it, I'm not too sure, given whatever dimensions or whatever roles such a person would have. It's pretty hypothetical at the moment around that. So without further information, it would be hard to judge whether it would fix it or not.
There are patient advocates representing people within the health system to manage the health system,
Yep.
to manage their path through the health system. Have you looked at those at all?
No.
So, no, we've not looked at this.
Nothing further, Commissioner.
Thank you. I think we'll break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Operator, might you display the document we've been going through, the notice to give, def.quadruple9.007.001, and at paragraph 32 on page 8, please, operator. Operator, might you display paragraph E, please? Just on paragraph E, is this the whole of the records of a defence member's records are provided, or is just a summary, or what's happening here?
So no, it is not the entirety of the member's health record.
So sorry. I'm sorry.
So it is where the health system becomes aware that a member has developed as described. It is merely advice to command about the location and disposition of that member, including the categorisation of them as seriously or very seriously ill. So it's not personal, sensitive, medical in confidence information. It is sort of fundamental information that alerts command as to the location and disposition of that member.
The location and what was the second word?
Disposition.
What's
as
disposition mean?
Medical status. So as described in that paragraph, that they may be classified as a seriously ill, very seriously ill patient.
Now, is there an identification of that they've got a mental condition? Does that ever happen?
So the protocol around that notification does not include a notification to command through that process of the details or diagnosis of that medical condition without the member's consent.
Just moving to the topic of complaints from ADF members about how their personal health information has been handled by their chain of command. Are you aware of any such complaints?
Yes, I'm aware that from time to time there will be complaints that are submitted into our system in regards to the communication of health information.
And what have you done in that regard in relation to those dealing with those complaints?
So the complaints will be responded to at a health facility level in terms of, or escalated as required, but they will be looked into. So we take all complaints seriously and they will be managed within our complaints and incident management system, where we seek to understand the nature of that complaint, work with the member who has submitted that complaint to look into the issue that's been complained about and respond accordingly. So,
is it someone independently of the person being complained about or the person's being complained about that conducts the investigation?
Yes. It would be independent of the... So in the scenario where the complaint identifies a specific health practitioner as having, incorrectly or inappropriately shared clinical information, it would not be that person who would conduct a review or an investigation into that complaint. It would be somebody independent of that person.
How often have you received complaints? To say, in a year, how many might you get of complaints from ADF members about their personal health information being put in the hands of chain of command?
I would have that information available, but I'm not in a position to give you that number today.
Thank you. Now, defence health practitioners, whose doctor are they really?
So they are the doctor of the patient, and they do have dual roles in being the clinician of the member, but also a dual responsibility in terms of informing the workplace about the implications of an individual's medical condition on employability and deployability.
Operator, might you display paragraph 62, which is on page 34? Thank you, Operator. So they're the patient's doctor, or the ADF member's doctor, but at the same time they've got the obligate or the responsibility set out in paragraph B.
That's correct.
Why does that have to be there?
So the defence health system exists in order to enable defence capability. Part of that role is in providing an occupational health function, in providing assurance to command in regards to the fitness of various populations units within our defence services about the fitness and the health risks that might be inherent in that group of individuals. At the same time, we provide, through that garrison health system, a clinical and health service treatment capability that provides for the rehabilitation and treatment of members with, illnesses and complaints. So we have a dual function delivered out of the garrison health system that provides those two fundamental services. One is an occupational health screening function and a clinical capability.
Ordinarily, a doctor can't owe these kind of obligations, the dual set of obligations, as it were. How do you say can happen in defence, that the doctor owes these dual obligations? Is it only through the process of consent?
Object to that. The answer was function, not obligation, if I'm remembering it correctly.
The witness said, so we have a dual function delivered out of the garrison health system that provides those two fundamental services. One's an occupational health screening function and a clinical capability. Do you want to rephrase the question?
I will rephrase it.
Well, and there's another aspect to it, which is that it is at a systemic level, where the question that followed it was in relation to an individual doctor.
I thought it might also, the question might have been focused on the consent of the patient.
Yeah.
Is that your understanding of your question, Mr. Connell?
I'll recommence the process, if I may,
Sure.
Commissioner. You've described these defence health practitioners as having dual responsibilities.
Yes.
Now, you would understand them to have obligations matching what is put in paragraphs A and B, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Now, these obligations might ordinarily be seen to be in conflict. Do you accept that?
So I would accept that there is and can from time to time be a tension between the patient advocacy role that our clinicians perform and the obligations to command in terms of, auditing and, providing an occupational health advice, function in terms of the employability and deployability of individuals, but also in informing the overall advice to command around capability and the risks inherent in the uniformed capability.
It's indeed tension, but I suggest to you it's all that the two responsibilities / obligations stand in conflict. You don't accept that?
I don't accept that that is always the case.
Do you accept it is sometimes the case?
More often than not, I would see those obligations as aligned when we consider the responsibilities of command are also for the health and welfare of individual ADF members. The interests, of the individual and of the individual member are aligned interests in terms of ensuring the safety and the health and the well-being of ADF members. That is, that they are interests that are shared not only by the treating clinician, but also by the command chain or the workplace supervisor. So in my view, I would consider them to be more often aligned than misaligned.
A doctor in ordinary circumstances doesn't owe obligations beyond the obligations to the patient, isn't that correct?
I would agree that they are, fundamental obligations in a patient-doctor relationship or a clinician-patient relationship.
Is the only process that is involved to take out of play the conflict that might exist here the process of consent of the patient?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is the only process that is involved to take out of play the conflict that might exist here the process of consent of the patient?
Well, consent is a fundamental process that exists. There are from time to time other reporting obligations that exist in that clinical relationship between a clinician and a patient.
This is reporting to some national authority, the National AHPRA or someone, is that what you're referring to there?
Well, there's, obligations in terms of notifiable condition reporting that might exist.
Yes.
There are obligations within the defence construct as it relates to, for example, suicide and suicidal behaviours where there is the safety of an individual, is at risk.
Sorry, on that point, are you saying there's an obligation to tell Chief of Command about that, or chain of command?
Yes, there are obligations, where there is suicidal attempt to notify command in order that a welfare, a risk plan, a safety plan can be activated around that individual member.
why isn't that being done independent of the chain of command by Defence?
I think it would go to the fundamental point that we shared earlier around the fact that we view that the provision of healthcare and occupational healthcare is about that shared relationship between the health provider, the ADF member and command, given the unique circumstances of the military environment and the command responsibilities that occur in relation to ADF members.
Operator, might you display page 15 and paragraph 66? This concerns performance monitoring and reporting. And you've told us that there are many mechanisms for monitoring, assessing and reporting on a regular basis about the performance of the ADF Health Service. When you say regular, what are you talking about there frequency-wise?
So performance is managed and reported on between Bupa as our prime contractor and my organisation as the contract manager on a regular basis. So, monthly, but on at a tactical service delivery basis, there is a almost continuous engagement at a working level in regards to a range of deliverables and, for instance, workforce fill rates in rosters at health centres is managed on a continuous ongoing basis. In terms of, so the displayed question refers to ADF Health Services, not specifically that element of the contract, but the ADF Health Services that we manage in Joint Health Command, is it the performance of the Defence Health System that your question goes to, Mr. Connor, or is it?
You've referred here to the ADF Health Services. You're talking about the internal health services, not the Bupa services under the Bupa contract. Is that what you're saying by paragraph 66?
So the services that we procure through the Bupa contract are an element of, and a major element of ADF Health Services. So that term, the performance of ADF Health Services, is what my organisation in Joint Health Command and in the Garrison Health System is responsible for delivering to ADF members. The Bupa contract is an enabler of those ADF Health Services. So the outputs of Joint Health Command and more broadly the Defence Health System are monitored, assessed and reported against on a regular basis through the Defence corporate processes of performance reporting.
Without taking too long about the answer, what processes do Defence have in place to action the results of the assessments and then to drive improvement?
So the processes are that we have a governance process that enables us to monitor the Defence Health System, to identify opportunities for remediation or response to where the performance or the outputs of the Defence Health System is not achieving the key performance measures that we articulate against which Defence Health Services should be provided. So we have a service level charter that articulates levels of service that our single service customers, Army, Navy and Air Force, require us to deliver in terms of enabling capabilities and readying of ADF members in terms of their health status to enable capability. So we monitor those continuously with our single service customers to ensure that we are responding to the demands that they have of our health system. So examples might be pre-deployment health checks that are required for a brigade that might be deploying somewhere. Those health checks are required. We need to deliver them within a certain time frame. We work with our single services to ensure the medical readiness, dental readiness, vaccine readiness of a force, and ensure that those services are surged or flexed in order to meet those deployment requirements.
Now, you'd have a Defence or Joint Health Command would have a catalogue of the deficiencies that have been identified, and then out of the assessments, and then how they've been dealt with. Is that the case?
Yeah, so one of the core forums through which we manage the delivery of ADF health services is through what is called the Garrison Health Service Delivery Working Group, which meets monthly. At that forum, there is a deliberate agenda. That meeting is attended by our single service colleagues, in which we analyse a whole range of metrics around the delivery of health services. That includes things like metrics around access, metrics around workforce provision. The single services also have some responsibilities to contribute some workforce into our defence health facilities. It goes to complaints and incidents management. It goes to wait times. It goes to medical readiness, out of date. Where medicals or health examinations, occupational health screening is falling due. So there is a whole range of service delivery and clinical governance metrics that are deliberated on at those forums. And we, collaborate and partner to remediate, any deficiencies that might be emerging in that process. In support and in the back end of that, we have a complementary process where Bupa has a contribution to make to the supply of resources into that health system. There is a complementary process in which we engage with Bupa around metrics of their service delivery, which contributes to the overall system. So the system is managed by us. The ADF Health Services contract is a key input into that. And there are metrics that we constantly measure and deliver against and report on.
And the Royal Commission could look at the documents surrounding this
Yes,
process.
they could be happy to provide them.
And then there's obviously a question about whether Bupa's meeting the metrics that are necessary. But
Yes.
we'll come to that in due course. Now, up until I think 2018, there was a Joint Health Command annual report.
Sorry, Mr. Connor, could you just speak into the microphone?
Sorry,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Up until I think 2018 or 19, there was a Joint Health Command report, annual report, and that process has been stopped, and it seemed to be a very valuable document to that time. Now, is there any good reason why that's been stopped?
Mr. Connor, I think you're referring to what was called the JHC annual review.
Annual review.
Document. Yes, that has been ceased. The reasons why we did not continue with the production of the JHC annual review was due to the fact that the same content virtually was also being reported concurrently and in a duplicated way through the enterprise level reporting that occurs through the Defence annual reporting system. Joint Health Command was identified as being the only division within Joint Capabilities Group, where we sit within the Organisation of Defence, that produced such a document. The JHC annual review was fundamentally not consistent with the enterprise level performance reporting that exists within the Department of Defence.
And you say your contention is the same body of information is now contained in the set of documents you now refer to.
Yes, so the defence, so we submit reporting, content that delivers the same intent that the JHC annual review did into the whole of department defence annual report. That is my contention. The other context that I would offer is that an ADF health strategy was developed over the period of 2018 to early 2020 and was officially signed off by, approved by the Chief of Defence Force in early 2021, and that ADF health strategy incorporates a governance framework which which requires the performance against that ADF health strategy to be reported into the Tier 3 committee in the Defence Enterprise, which is the Defence People Committee, and the establishment within that committee of an ADF Health Select Committee, which provided a new governance structure over the enterprise of the ADF health system.
Maybe spend 2 minutes on paragraph or outcome measures, which was referred to in paragraph 79 and 80. Now, Defence is saying that they're aspiring to create better health outcome measures that reflect contemporary health system measurements beyond inputs and outputs. What are these outcome measures that you're looking at?
Sorry, could I just have a look at those paragraphs in particular?
Yeah, doesn't come to mind?
Joint Health Command has been for some time committed to continuing to develop opportunities to measure outcomes. We do, through our occupational health screening process and the system of occupational health screening, of course, have the opportunity to measure outcomes as it relates to the health care of our population against health standards that are articulated in the Defence Health Manual and which are measured and monitored continuously through the periodic health screening process and the occupational health screening process and through the MEC system. So that, to a degree, does measure overall some health outcomes in terms of medical fitness, vaccine status, dental readiness, medical readiness of the Defence Force. Outcome measures as it relates to a range of other features of the health of ADF members and the effectiveness of the health services that we provide remains a very vexed and challenging area for us, not unlike other primary healthcare systems that are challenged by measuring health outcomes. There are health outcomes that we can monitor through our inherent health surveillance tools that we have available to us through the Defence Electronic Health System that collects a range of data fields and data points on the health and wellness of our ADF members. But we certainly are committed to continuing to further refine and develop health outcome measures across the population and engage with our prime contractor in Bupa to also work with how we can further evolve the ability of us to get visibility of health outcomes through the various services and programs and treatment programs that our ADF members are accessing in the broader health system.
Operator, might you display def.1029.002.0066 at table 0123 and display table 4.1, please. I want to ask you some questions about how you're measuring, you're using outcome measurements here to deal with the problem. And this was manifest in the 2011 study that was, and you're both familiar with the 2011 study that preceded, I think, the 2011 strategy. This, of course, is the extensive TWERP analysis carried out in 2019 or 18 and 19, and the key findings report that was issued in 2019, and it's plainly flagging a serious problem. And one sees in the first, the transitioned ADF, 2015 population, and the regular population, 2015. And one sees attempts at suicide there. And amongst the transition people, 505. And under the regular, 311. And you'll see the figures running down there in the regular ADF, feeling life not worth living. That's within the previous 12 months. That information is collected. 6,927. Felt so low, thought about committing suicide. 4,493. And a total of any suicidality, 4,533 in the regular ADF. And the percentages are displayed there. Now, plainly a problem is evident. What are the outcome metrics that you're analysing, Defence is analysing, to monitor whether what Defence is doing about this matter is making any difference, is working?
So I think, yes, there are signs, there are things that Defence is doing, and yes, there are some signs that there is progress being made on people being able to access healthcare at the point of suicide ideation, and that leading to the opportunities to be able to reduce situations of attempt. And so that data is very important data that helps us understand that consistent with previous research, the rate of ideation within current serving ADF members is higher than that of when compared to the general community. And in that table, you can see that it's higher than those who are transitioned and next serving. But I think the data also showed, and that particular research showed that in fact, similar to 2010, comparisons of planning and attempts were not significantly different to the Australian community.
But really, we shouldn't really be comparing with the Australian community, Mr. Morton. Defence has a responsibility to look after these people, a serious responsibility to look after these people. They're under Defence's care. Do you accept that?
I don't just accept it, I actually fully agree with it and would say that Defence has been committed to being able to recognise it. What's really important about the data and the importance of us making a comparison at the time of this data to the Australian community was that it in fact enabled us to get a measure of the size of the increase of ideation amongst ADF members. Without a comparison with the Australian community, we wouldn't have actually had that information available to us as a starting point to recognise suicidality in the way that we have been over the last number of years.
You don't really need the comparison to count the numbers, do you?
Well, I would disagree. I would disagree. I think there are times when the comparisons are assistance, and there are times when they may be of less informative. But around suicidality, they have been very helpful to Defence.
But you've got, with the regular 2015 regular ADF,
yes,
the weighted number of the 52,000, 6,927, that's 13.2% of that population. And this was known to you in mid-2019, I think.
yes.
And what I would say, Mr. Connor, is that it is absolutely important that that we have an awareness of the prevalence of this and, you know, other health presentations, and we are providing comprehensive healthcare and opportunities for all ADF members to access comprehensive, high-quality healthcare in order to, you know, address the clinical problems that is evident in this research body, and we have good evidence also in this same body of research that the rates of access and uptake of healthcare services by serving members exceeds that of the civilian population. And I also know from my own visibility in my role that, for instance, about 36%, or I think the recent data was 37%, of our full-time serving members each and every year have contact with a deliberate mental health care service. A large proportion of that might be part of occupational health screening, but an element of that is also in response to their own emerging clinical needs. So the degree to which we are providing services absolutely exceeds what we know from the AIHW, is available to and accessed by age-matched members of the civilian community. So while I'm not dismissing these facts in terms of prevalence, I would agree with you that it is very important that we provide services and opportunities for these individuals to access healthcare, and there is good evidence that that healthcare is being accessed.
You wish constantly to go off and make a comparison with the population generally, but Defence here has the responsibility for members of the Australian Defence Force. Accept that?
Yes, I do accept that, but I would also offer that Defence does not provide healthcare to ADF members completely independent of services that are provided in the civilian community. We are a microcosm of the broader national health system, and we provide a system that optimises that access through our prime contracted arrangements and our provision of on-base primary health care centres that are available at Defence members' workplaces in order to optimise and strengthen the availability and accessibility of healthcare to ADF members.
Of course, the
Sorry, Mr
2000...
O'Connor, I think the commissioners would like to be heard on that point. Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to ask, given the processes that the Defence Force goes through in terms of recruitment and screening, there is at least a theoretical healthy worker effect. So, in fact, you should, in theory at least, have a lower level of suicidality and negative kind of experiences than the general community. So that's one point I'd like to make. But the second point is, having seen this, you talked about providing comprehensive health care to address it. The question I've got is, what have you done to understand why it might be and to try and prevent it? Because it may not be actually a healthcare solution that's required. Too often the link is made between suicidality and health or mental health, when in fact there are many other factors contributing. So that I'd really like to understand what efforts or activities you've undertaken to drill down on what might be contributing to this higher suicidality and prevent it if you can.
So what I would say is that it goes to some of the evidence that I've previously offered the other day, and that is that I think Defence has in fact been stepping towards and is now at the point of being able to examine that issue in a lot more detail, because that for me goes to the issue of suicidal behaviour that is being presented now. And what we may be able to learn from the sort of suicidal behaviour that might have occurred amongst those where there has been a death by suicide, and I accept that. What Defence has undertaken to try and get to this point is we have conducted clinical audits around suicide attempts and suicide behaviour during the period 2017 to look at an audit of cases and identify the sort of risk factors that were identifiable from that audit. We have in the past also looked at previous deaths, and 2010 and 2011 we looked at previous deaths over the course of those years to look at the circumstances, the information that was available to better understand those as well. We've moved that forward in order to try and get an understanding of how we can start to overcome the various locations of different information that is outside of the health system. And that's where we are right at the moment. And so where we are at the moment is actually to try and break down and reach into the other areas of information about an individual service in the ADF that would inform a broader, wholer picture in addition to the health information. What have we discovered by looking at the health information around ideation is we know that from looking at our data over the last 18-month period, that about 86% of the people who have presented to a Garrison Health Service as a result of an attempted suicide, as a result of ideation, do not progress on to an attempt. That starts to give us some information about what's occurring for those people from the time they're getting service. What we really need to be able to do is look a bit further upstream and say what's happening for them before they get to us. And so that's where some of the research that we're trying to undertake at the moment around the Early Watch program, we're looking to try and get that information from Command and from ADF members and from health providers and from families. But in addition, it goes to the work that needs to be done. And Commissioner Brown, you were referring to this the other day, which is about trying to identify how do we get that whole information. Defence hasn't done that yet. That's what we need to be doing. But the work that we have done, as I believed, it informs us to undertake that work in line with other bodies that are doing it at the moment as well. So it hasn't been done. It doesn't mean we don't have an understanding of some of the factors, but I would say that we don't have an understanding of the whole picture. We have a good understanding of what's happening in relation to the health aspects and what some of the other aspects are, but how they might interact for an individual, That's not yet clear to us, nor is it clear how it might be different if you're outside of defence or inside defence.
Mr Morton, I'm glad you referred to my comment the other day because I was going to go back there myself. It does beg the question why Defence has not yet put in place an activity that brings together the silos to review the circumstances of a death so that you have not only health but chain of command, chaplain and other relevant stakeholders, and not leave it to IGADF, who is in a sense independent of Defence but doesn't deliver in all circumstances, or in fact many circumstances, a timely review. So your recession, So
if I can say to you, it's not my opinion that IGADF deliver or tried to deliver what I'm referring to and what I believe you were referring to the other day. Why hasn't Defence been able to do that any sooner? I can only say that what we've been able to do up to this stage have been to look at the data as best we can as it evolves in our system, because that's where we draw that from. And I can also say that over the last 2-year period, our efforts to consolidate that has just been slowed down. And that's been about capacity over a period of time when resources within Joint Health Command have had to be reprioritised because of a range of situations that we have faced, many of which you would know.
I appreciate there are many competing priorities, but with all due respect, this should not be a Joint Health Command initiative, really. We're talking about a whole of Defence Force response to the issue of suicide. And I personally don't expect Joint Health Command to be leading that kind of a whole of Defence Force process.
Commissioner Douglas. I just have one point to make, I guess, and it goes back to your comment, Admiral, in relation to the level of services provided, health services provided, within the ADF being greater than that which is provided to the general public. Leaving aside the point that the ADF staff are actually exposed to far greater physical and other risks in war zones and what have you, it's difficult to think of another organisation where the level of bullying, hazing, bastardisation, sex abuse and sex assaults highlighted by reports such as the DART report are matched in the private sector or in other sectors of government. So is it a valid comparison to say that the ADF is providing a greater level of medical and other support when compared to the general population? Is that comparison really valid? Is there a recognition that you actually have a greater problem, and therefore it is only natural and expected and justified to provide a greater level of medical and other support because of the working environment?
My observations, Commissioner, were not to cast a judgment necessarily on those things, but to convey the simple fact around the volume and the volume of services that we do provide, and the opportunity that ADF members have to access dedicated healthcare in support of their welfare in dealing with the range of risk factors, as you've identified, might exist in our environment. So, I would maintain that there is some validity in understanding that there is a comprehensive healthcare system and a dedicated healthcare system that is provided to Defence members, that is established in order to optimise, and notwithstanding the lived experience of individuals and the anecdotal reports that you're all aware of in terms of the
I'm sorry, I have
occasions
to
where that
interject.
doesn't
They're
work.
not anecdotal reports. Have
sorry.
you read the DART report? Reports?
Yes, and I have participated in restorative engagement processes as well. So I'm very well aware, and I don't mean to diminish those as reports, and they are genuinely lived experiences of where the availability of healthcare, has not met a member's needs or their expectations. But my evidence is really intended just to provide to you a demonstration that of the comprehensive nature of the healthcare services that we do provide in the defence healthcare system, in order to support and protect ADF members and support their healthcare needs.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the point, I guess, that Commissioner Brown was making, which is this isn't purely a health issue where the people involved in health delivery in ADF and defence are responsible for. There are cultural issues, obviously, that lead someone to go down that road where they break down. And to a great extent, everyone's focused on the health aspect, but it's the road to that point where someone breaks down that also needs, as well as the delivery of the health services, obviously. As long as that's something that's everyone's cognizant of.
Absolutely, and I would support that observation and that important concept, and it's why for some time the Defence Health System has been a strong advocate for a lifetime wellbeing approach to be taken. It is also why I have endeavoured to ensure that the new governance framework over the ADF health strategy and the ADF health system is formalised in Defence People Committee as a defence enterprise level governance and not solely within the Joint Health Command in and of itself. So I am absolutely a supporter that there is a whole of defence approach that is required in this, which is why we have striven and deliberately taken steps to ensure that the governance is lifted up outside of Joint Health Command to a whole of enterprise level.
Thank you.
Operator, might you display DEF.001.001.1215? This, Commissioners, is from the 2010 ADF Mental Health and Prevalence Wellbeing Study, and it was, I think, issued in October 2011.
Yes.
And it was known at this stage that suicidal ideation, prevalence of suicidal ideation in the ADF, this is October 2011, that 3,358 persons self-reported out of 50,000
Sorry,
suicidal ideation.
The document's not there for the witnesses that he's referring to.
I can't see that document on the database either. So.
DEF 0001.001.1215.
I haven't got it in the hearing block tender.
I might go to the front page. My apologies.
It looks like the staff haven't been able to find it either.
The front page is DEF 0001.001.1093. My apologies.
We can't find it either.
Sorry. You're familiar with the...
If it says I am familiar with the document that's being referred to.
Now, Defence knew in 2011 that there were serious problems. At page 1215, please, operator. And there's comparable tables for attempted suicides and so on.
Yes.
So in October 2011, Defence has before it substantial study pointing out the magnitude of this problem.
Yes.
and there's been I suggest to you there's been substantial delay on the part of Defence in taking proper action, looking at properly examining attempted suicides.
I don't share your opinion with that. I would disagree, and I'd be happy to explain what we did, because the accompanying document with that was in actual fact the ADF mental health strategy. Yep.
And that, of course, differs substantially from the 2002 health strategy, doesn't it?
It certainly does differ from the 2002 strategy, yes.
Now, Operator, might you display the NTG response document again? And might you go to question 16, paragraph 81. Concerning continuity of care. Paragraph 81. The claim is that continuity of care is maintained throughout the Defence Health Continuum. Might you go to paragraph 82? Now, this is the process by which Defence says it maintains continuity of care. What's the healthcare coordination forums? In a short minute, if you wouldn't mind.
So healthcare coordination forums are a formalised activity that occurs within the garrison health system, which enables the multidisciplinary team around a member's clinical management to ensure that it is fundamentally ensure that it's well coordinated and communicated appropriately. It is also an important enabler of ensuring that we are prepared and in order to contribute to the individual welfare board process or unit welfare board process that was referred to briefly in earlier testimony.
Do you have any measure or metric for looking at continuity of care in any way? Just yes or no to that?
No.
Now, Operator, might you display paragraph 83? What does the final part of the second or the third sentence mean? Habitual relationships between the health system and the chain of command are also prioritised. What are you trying to say there?
So the concept of a habitual relationship is between a supporting clinician and a formed unit within the Defence Force. So those habitual relationships are important and are different to the concept of continuity of care, but are complementary to the concept of continuity of care. And it really just refers to trying to ensure, to the extent possible, that it is the same clinician or same group of clinicians from within the garrison healthcare system that has an effective relationship and a regular relationship with the particular unit where Defence members, are posted to. And the benefit of that habitual relationship is to ensure there is a good, continuous understanding of the demands on that unit, the activities of that unit, particular aspects of how that defence unit is operating. An example might be not to leverage my uniform specifically, but it might be a major fleet unit where we would try and optimise that habitual relationship of the garrison doctor or GP in our health facility who understands that unit and can also maintain some good understanding of that ship's company and their overall health to more optimally support command and the command chain, in their role.
Now, you've heard Commissioner Brown's question and perhaps comment about why should this all be stuck solely with Joint Health Command. But what ideas do you have, Rear Admiral, for that might be improvements that could occur within the defence system, which would have a positive impact on these various dimensions of suicidality and particularly suicide rates? Have you got any ideas there that?
So I think, as it relates to the conversations that we've been having around understanding the protective and risk factors around the incidence and prevalence of these things, opportunities for improvement in the connectedness of those data sets between the PERS management system, the workplace health and safety system, the incident management system, and how that connects to metrics and data that we have available in the defence health system to enable us to get a better understanding of the interplay between the numerous factors that might be at play around an individual or a group of individuals that contribute to the overall prevalence and incidence of suicidality in our defence force. So examples of that might be around the incidence of unacceptable behaviour and disciplinary issues and how that's at interplay with patients that are presenting in our health system. So that ability of data systems to connect, to give us better insights is certainly an area of opportunity that we've identified and that are working on further optimising.
And what about close individual case review and analysis? Do you accept that as well? Might be another way of learning things.
Yes.
Can I say that we would accept and do agree that the idea of being able to look at close case analysis and be able to review cases is a really important action that will inform both initiatives but also inform the understanding about how systems impact on people, and that's really important to do. And that's in fact the area that we want to be able to move on. But can I say there's another suggestion that I would like to be able to put forward that is above and beyond the individual case, and it goes more to the defence system, and that is the fact that all of the reports that you've been referring to are delivered from a mental health prevalence study meant that defence was focused from the period of 2011 through to nearly 2018 on everything to do with mental health, had a health focus. And I think what we demonstrated in 2018 mental health strategy was for the first time a shift and an agreement by senior leadership and a strong commitment that this wasn't enough, that it needed to take a whole of organisation approach. And at that point, the strategy in fact embodies that by moving, as Surgeon General is advised, to a governance outside of Joint Health Command, to a governance of the Defence People Committee. But there is a further step that could be considered and is being considered, and that is that the oversight and the work to inform things like mental health strategy, mental health evaluation, should not be sitting in Joint Health Command. That the place for those should be sitting where we think they should be, which is in Defence People Group. Now that would then match the advocacy that we've been having now for some time. And can I say that it's agreed, it has been acknowledged that that does need to occur. But that would be a major and significant step for the department to not just be able to say we want to achieve and be committed to a holistic approach, but in fact position the focus of mental health strategy and mental health evaluation in a location and with the authority to get a whole of organisation approach. And at the moment, as a key accountable person within Defence, I am seeing that there is good understanding of that needing to occur and a good expectation that it can occur. And I would say that that's the next strategic step for Defence, is to achieve that.
That should happen shortly.
I'm unable to give you a time frame except to say that there is considerations about how that could be done at the moment, but I can't give you a time frame on that.
Commissioners, just one final note. You'll recall that Mr Fordham objected to a question. Mr Fordham did not know, as I did not know, whether the fee documents were publicly available or not, and I understand that they are publicly available. And I understand that Bupa publishes the fee structures online. So we'll explore that matter.
I apologise. As a learned friend said, I didn't know either. I must say I'm a bit surprised by that.
That's not surprising with the amount of information we're dealing with. I've got one question.
I've no further questions, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Look, I have many other questions, but in the interest of time, won't go there. So.
Okay. Commissioner Douglas?
I have only one question that I should have raised earlier when, Rear Admiral, you were being asked about your answer, or the organisation's answers to question 62, or answer 62, dealing with the dual responsibilities of defence health practitioners. Mr Connor asked you, in effect, or suggested to you, in effect, that the serving member of the Defence Forces would need to provide consent to the information being provided to the chain of command. Is there any such consent, for example, offered on enlistment or on first engagement with the Defence Health System?
Yes, my understanding is as part of the enlistment, the medical process at enlistment, the enlisting member is required to formally consent to the sharing of that clinical information and an acknowledgement that it is collected and the purposes for which it's collected in terms of delivering healthcare.
So there should be a pro forma document about that?
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Fordham, any matters arising? No.
No, thank you.
Mr Connor?
Nothing further, Commissioner.
Okay. Look, thank you for your evidence today. These are serious problems, obviously, and I'm sure you appreciate. We have to have robust discussions to get to the solutions that we need to get to. But thank you for your evidence.
Commissioner, might the witnesses be released from their summons?
Yes, you're released from the notice to appear from today. Thank you again. If there's no other... Mr Fordham?
Might I be excused for the afternoon? Ms Wright will take over.
Certainly. Thank you. We'll have a very short adjournment. We are running a bit behind. We'll try and catch up. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Just before we start, Ms. Bridget, I just want to remind everyone who's watching this either online, in the live streaming, or in the hearing room here, that if you are struggling, these are tough subjects that we're dealing with, and there is counselling available. Certainly here, if anybody wants to talk to someone, we're available. We have counsellors available here, and if not, the services of counselling are available online through our website as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call our next witness, Mark Schroffel, and he can now be affirmed.
Mark Schroffel, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Operator, please display the tender bundle list for Mark Schroffel. Mr. Schroffel, you prepared a response to a notice to give issued by this Royal Commission. It's a 7-page document with 9 annexed documents to that response. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And are the contents of your response and its annexures true and correct?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Commissioners, I tender the documents in the tender bundle list as displayed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bridget. They'll be accepted and allocated the next lot of numbers consecutively.
Mr. Schroffel, I'm just going to ask you some questions about your background. You are a graduate of the Royal Military College Duntroon, is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
And you have over 10 years experience as an officer in the Australian Army, is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
And you held the commissioned officer rank of captain, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And following this, you have over 20 years experience working as a management consultant and business owner.
Yes.
And as a management consultant, a focus of your work has been on organisational strategy, on organisational change, project delivery, project governance and organisational transformations. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
And you hold a number of board positions and you've worked assisting both not-for-profit and corporate organisations. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you hold a Masters of Business Administration, a Bachelor of Science in Psychology and a number of graduate certificates, including a graduate certificate in Disruptive Strategy from the Harvard Business School. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. The disruptive strategy is just a professional qualification. It's not a graduate certificate at all.
Not a graduate certificate, but you did that at Harvard Business School. Is that part correct?
That's right.
And you've also studied design thinking at Stanford University. Is that correct? And you are currently a PhD candidate with the Faculty of Business and Law at Swinburne University of Technology.
That's right.
As well as being the director of a consulting firm, you are the director of Australian Veteran News. Is that correct?
That's right.
Can we perhaps start there, Mr. Schroffel? Can you please tell the commissioners what is Australian Veteran News, why it was established and its purpose?
Yeah, sure. And I think we might go into some of this later on, but around 2018, I was involved in a project with Melbourne Legacy, which was part of the Young Veterans mapping project, which we decided to reinvigorate and turn into an engagement campaign called Shout Out. And that program went, instead of 1 year, we took it for 2 years. And the focus of the program was around using the techniques of design thinking and some of the stuff we talked about from Stanford, and taking a much more innovative approach to actually understanding what's going on in the veteran community in Victoria, the young veterans being post-1992. So that was our focus. And when that program came to a good conclusion, a friend of mine who was working with it, Trent Dybel, and a journalist friend of mine, we discussed the idea that perhaps we should continue some of that work, because we found that the stories that we were pulling out of it, some of the short, sharp little bits of research that we did through surveys, journey mapping, storytelling, had an impact, and we thought it might be worthwhile seeing if we could continue it in a different form outside of the legacy framework. And so that's how Australian Veteran News was created.
And we'll come back to the Shout Out program that you were referring to, but part of the work that you've continued when you say the research is that you conduct on Australian Veteran News a veteran wellbeing survey, is that correct?
Yes, one of the things we wanted to do, and one of the things, the approach that we've taken is not to be, to sacrifice, I guess, the scientific rigour for engagement and for speed. And so we do put a fair bit of thought into the design of the surveys themselves. But we haven't got time to sit around for a year putting through panels and getting the questions just right and doing test surveys and things like that. So our approach to it was to, well, if we can do this within our own framework, we can design and implement surveys very quickly, and one of those was the annual Veteran Wellbeing Survey. And there was obviously a bit of a methodology around that built on some of the earlier work that we did with the Shout Out program.
And how do people complete that survey? Is it done online or?
Yes, it's done online.
And so does that speed up getting results in by doing it that way?
We get results in very quickly through that. We open it for a few weeks and we get responses from all over Australia of age groups from veterans who left service from 1950 through to people still serving. If you were to do a bell curve of the age groups, that's what you would get, a normal distribution of the age groups. So I think from objectively, if you look at it, we're actually getting a good spread of people from around Australia, and we're also getting a representation of veterans from all age groups, not just currently serving or recently serving. We're also picking up people who finished their service a long time ago, including CMF service as well.
And what topics does the survey traverse?
Well, essentially the survey has been designed around the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare dimensions of wellbeing, and we use that as a model to basically ask Australian veterans how they're going on the dimensions of wellbeing by asking them some simple questions. Now, our approach is not so much about trying to get data for statistical analysis. Our approach is really designed around trying to elicit comments, because the comments give us a better picture of the sentiment around that, and we're not really equipped to develop a statistically sound survey in such a quick amount of time, but we can get honest and direct feedback from veterans. And when we ask them a simple question, are you advantaged or disadvantaged when it comes to housing, for example, it's a simple yes or no answer. And then if they answer no, one of the little options that pops up in the algorithm is, would you like to tell us more about it? It's not compulsory to say a thing, they can skip over to the next question. We get about a 50% hit rate when somebody says no to a question like that. They will write a comment. Now, some of them are little trite comments, but some people will write us an essay and tell us quite a lengthy story about what happened to them in 1972. Or if we ask them about a situation with their experience with ex-service organisations, they'll tell us about what happened in way back when and how that's affected their attitudes going forward. So we have, I guess, a bit of a database of the lived experience, and I think it's broad based.
Thank you, Mr. Schroffel. Might come back to some of the survey results in a moment, but if we can move to a new topic about Shout Out, and talking about that started in around 2018, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you led and designed the Shout Out program for Melbourne Legacy, is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
And operator, please display exp.0004. Oh, thank you, operator. And you could display that on the live stream as well for a moment, operator. And this, can you see that, Mr. Schroffel? That is the cover page of the report that was produced as a result of...
No, it's not.
That's not.
I think it's an inside cover by the looks of that.
Yes, but Stories and Insights, that's the title. Is that the title for the Shout Out?
That's correct, yes.
Yes, that's the title.
Yes.
And can you tell the commissioners why Shout Out was established and its purpose?
Well, it was initially, my involvement changed, I think, it a little bit, but Melbourne Legacy, before I was involved, was won a grant from DVA to do a young veterans mapping project in Victoria. And the goals and objectives around that were, look, I don't know what I can't remember what they are precisely, but there was about trying to engage with and find out what is going on with young veterans. Now, when they were talking about young veterans, they decided that it was post-1992. That was I think the end of the Gulf War, our involvement in the Gulf War, and they decided that anything forward from that will be the scope of the study. The first year prior to my involvement, I think they were having trouble collecting information and data, and I was doing a little bit of some support work for the then CEO, and was invited to have a look at it and recommended potentially a new approach. And I recommended a new approach, and then soon enough we were engaged to actually take that on. So it was a paid engagement to do it. One of the things that we did with that program was to turn it into an engagement campaign, and so we created the branding shout out and a whole range of things around that. So that included websites, it included localised events through community groups, mainly RSLs and legacy groups and things like that. And a lot of engagement through using Facebook and various other methods where we thought that we would be able to reach that cohort of veterans and find out a lot more about them and what's happening for them. And a big part of it was trying to establish and gain some of their stories and present some of their stories in a way that would encourage others to do the same thing and create a sort of a cascading approach to getting people out of their shell and into the public domain, I suppose, and letting people know what's going on for them and hopefully inspire others as well.
So Melbourne Legacy commissioned you to assess or perhaps look into the needs or the wellbeing needs of young veterans post, I think it was 1991. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And operator, please display that same document .0019. On this page, Mr. Schroffel, it refers to a life course and wellbeing model, and you may have referred to this a moment ago.
Yes. Yeah.
Can you tell the commissioners about this model and its relationship to the research that you undertook as part of Shout Out?
Yeah, so I guess a little bit of background on it. When I talked about the dimensions of wellbeing, you can see in the centre of that model in the red area, they were the dimensions from that Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. So we used that as a basis to create this conceptual idea of how this works. And what I think you may have already heard from other witnesses is about the importance of the life courses model. It recognises that people aren't on a straight line trajectory from birth to death in terms of what they do, and it's all around the dimensions of career. And I've seen a lot of activities in the past, particularly within ex-service organisations, trying to do an MBA 101 approach to mapping out, their services against what they think is a typical, path of a veteran going through their service and so-called transitioning, and then living the rest of their lives and all the other things that they have along the way. This model, and this is only representative of those outer rings, but they turn, if you could imagine that there are so many other roles that people have within their identity, not just in the ADF, but also personally. And things there can be a confluence of things that happens in a person's life at completely unpredictable times, and it affects their needs, it affects the course of their life, it affects aspects of their identity as well. And I think that's important, which identity they need to be sort of focused on. And I'm sure you've heard quite a lot of people talk about identity during these hearings. So I'm trying to suggest with this model, and I think something similar it seems to be coming through quite a bit through other researchers, is that we need to take a much more holistic approach to understanding a person's life than just thinking about the simple steps that they go through or the process they go through to achieve, for whatever the scope of it might be, at what some people call a transition.
Thank you, Mr. Schroffel. That's helpful. And your design principles also take a unique approach. You talk about storytelling, journey mapping, and social network analysis. Could you please tell the commissioners a little bit about storytelling and journey mapping? And operator, we might display the journey mapping.
Yeah, sure. It's not that unique. It's unique in Australia, I think. A lot of these ideas come out of the Stanford program I was involved in, and it's really used as an entrepreneurial process to understand the needs of a potential client base or a potential customer, or in technology terms they call them users, and it's really about trying to take a human-centred approach to the whole thing. Very much like we were talking about lived experience here. This is finding ways to not just hear from people in their own stories, because I think that is part of it. There are things that people miss in their own stories, or things that they overlook along the way. And sometimes things like network analysis, journey mapping and that sort of thing, close observation, can help identify things that people have just gotten used to or sort of work around without thinking about it too much. So that's part of the approach. And within it is the idea that once you learn something and you think you understand what might be the real root cause of a problem, the question is to make sure that you're trying to build the correct solution. Are you solving the right problem is always the question at the heart of this process. And some of that involves then developing sort of prototypes or little experiments to see how solutions might actually work. And so you actually implement little interventions and look at the results and see how it happens. So.
And we can see there a little pictogram, if you like, of the journey mapping.
Yes, yeah.
Can you speak to that?
Yes, I can. So this is, it's a very simple idea. The vertical axis represents a basic idea of how a person rates their experiences in terms of positive or negative. I don't go into any further technical detail than that when we talk about the journey. And of course, it's against time. And I've done quite a lot of these with veterans, both through my supervised PhD work and also with the Shout Out program where I piloted the use of it. And basically the results are fairly consistent, and I see that there's probably 2 or 3 main profiles. Often the first part of it is somebody who is leaving the ADF, and I'm not quite sure if I've got it correctly there, but there is the journey starts off at if they're leaving off their own volition, they might be a little bit nervous about it and so forth, but they quickly get elated about the idea that they've made a decision to move, and the excitement kicks in, and then they start making plans, and anyway they start eventually end up having a couple of little hiccups and so forth, and often they move through it reasonably well for quite a period of time. And most of the people I've spoken to always talk about some kind of delayed effect. And the delayed effect is like when the dust settles, they've sort of gotten through the project of this transition idea, and it can be sometimes more than a year or 2 years afterwards. They start to have some struggles, and they start to have some realisations that maybe they haven't made the right choices in terms of where they've ended up, what they're doing, and there's often a turning point. And I was very keen to try and find out what was the thing that helped people with a turning point, and what happens when they don't have a turning point, or they don't have something doesn't trigger a change in direction for them. The turning points typically were from a peer or somebody that they knew, saying something or suggesting something or whatever, and it often meant a change in attitude, and they go from looking back and being retrospective in their decisions and everything else to thinking that, okay, now I've got to take a positive and proactive actions to put things in order, and then soon, for many people, it improves from there. And some people go through a few iterations of that until they get it right, and then it peaks and off they go. The ones who really have the worst journeys are the ones who leave the service involuntarily. typically through medical discharge, and they're often very angry and unhappy, and so they have quite a high level of despair and go through a very difficult time, as you can imagine, because many of the people who obviously join the ADF don't expect to be pushed out of it, and they use terminology like, I got kicked out, things like that. And they can bump along in a very low point for a very, very long period of time. And without some trigger that can happen, and it can be years down the track, as I've discovered, they can stay down that way, and things can actually just continually get worse, and particularly as they age and they get more and more disconnected socially. Those who, perhaps mostly through some sort of happenstance where they run into somebody or something happens and they get triggered into taking a more proactive view on their own lives and themselves, and then they start to make some changes, and quite a few of them who had done that achieved very good results, and in terms of their sense of well-being and how they feel about their transition. And I'm not talking about a transition from a 12 to 18-month period of time. I'm talking about 5, 6, 7 year time frame, because there is a delayed effect and it's a very long process.
Thank you, Mr. Schroffel. Operator, please display exp.0004.0013.0022. The shout-out research identified 6 key insights. Those insights are there, and the first one was that former non-commissioned officers were identified as key influencers.
Yes.
And you've touched on a little bit about peer, and I'm not sure if that's the same as relates to this insight.
It does.
And can you speak a little bit more about that insight?
Well, many of the people I've spoken to were non-commissioned rank people, not all, but quite a few were. And that is the vast majority of people who serve in the ADF. The large majority are non-commissioned. And they form very tight friendships. And there's a lot of research, and I may have referenced some of it in part of my literature review. But people trust people who they've worked closely with, and they trust their close supervisors, and they're more likely to trust, say, a private might be more likely to trust a Lance Corporal or a Corporal that they've worked with than the Major who's in charge of the company, because they know them better. They feel that they've got a connection with them, that there's a rapport and that kind of thing. So, is there also an element of trust? That's what I'm saying. They trust more people at that level. So this is why I think senior NCOs and former NCOs have an important role to play in the future. And I think the Americans do this as well in terms of some of their programs. The thing is that people would say all the time that they try to sort of stay connected through those relationships, and you can see that some of those relationships are very strong. So they do have a strong influence. One of the things that I'm interested in is, from an academic perspective, is the sociology of it. And some of that influence can be extremely helpful and positive, but also I would say that there can be bad influences as well, and that needs to be understood. And I think there's an opportunity to give some of those folk the tools and the means in which they can play that peer support role, and be helped through that. But there also needs to be some very careful thought about how that's implemented. One of the things I would say is that ex-service organisations may not actually be the best way to do it, because of the way they're structured, and often the politics and the other issues that are there, and the fact that many of the people that I've surveyed and spoken to don't feel that they trust ex-service organisations. So there's a vast majority of veterans who aren't members of an ex-service organisation, and they don't want to be members of ex-service organisations. So putting that into ex-service organisations may be counterproductive. So that's another point that I would make about that. And in terms of this research, how many people participated in
in this part of the research? Can you remember?
Well, I've had some of the surveys. We've had hundreds of comments. I think we've probably had 400 respondents to our last survey. The close work that I've done in terms of the shout-out program is probably well over 15, 20 people have probably been interviewed and were involved in that process. Now, they weren't just veterans, we were also speaking, we're very concerned about family members as well. So we spoke to, you'll see in that report, children who's had a parent pass away. We've spoken to widows, so a variety of people who are connected within the veteran community. So our focus was more than just the veterans themselves. In my report around falling out, which is focusing on reserves, I think I spoke to interviewed 12 reservists. And I got to a point of saturation, which means that all the stories were starting to build the same picture. And so we were pretty happy to stop there because we were getting the same view. So I could interview another 100 people, I'd probably still get the same story.
And Mr. Schoffel, you've just started speaking about families, and the second insight, and operator, if you could please expand number 2 there on the screen, that families are bearing the hidden burdens of service life. Can you tell the commissioners some of the stories that you heard, and in terms of the burden and what families are having to deal with?
I think it's pretty obvious to all of us. The posting cycles, the issues with for a partner to try to have a career and to have stability in their social circles. The impact on children going to school and maintaining friendships. The issues of a key part of the family unit not being there to participate in family life in a regular way and be a part of usual family events and occasions, that kind of thing. And then, of course, when we get to the point of where we're talking about physical and mental health, then a lot is left to the families to actually navigate that and manage that on behalf of the veteran. And there's not a lot in place that's actually there to look after them as they do it. So we heard a lot about how we've got this health system in the ADF, and it's for all its its value, but none of that extends to a family member, and so there's a huge gap there. And I think there's some hidden costs there that we don't really understand, and I don't think we've researched it and understand it enough. But I can tell you that I'm very confident that if you want to dig in that area, we'll find a lot. Yeah.
Hidden costs in terms of the burden on families.
Yes, and possibly more.
And the third insight there is that young veterans are losing faith in ex-service organisations and are going online for information and support. What did the survey results say about ex-service organisations?
Well, there's a couple of surveys, and there was some observation of a Facebook group which informed some of this, and then that was backed up with some interviews and so forth. And I think that situation might be changing a little bit now, I must say. This was 2018, wasn't it? 2018. But what we saw was we monitored. There's a few informal Facebook groups, as you could imagine, out there, and veterans can sign up. People can sign up, public can just see what's happening there, and they will talk about things around DVA claims. They'll talk about support services and, offer opinions, ask for advice. There'll be lots of discussions around them. And so one of the little projects we did was to follow the conversations and map the conversations using a network analysis technique, which basically works out who's connecting to who, what are the interactions. And
Mr. Schoffel, I might just ask you to pause there. And operator, could you please display .0026? I'm just asking the operator to display
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
the diagram there. That may assist the commissioners to see that diagram as you explain it. So it's .0026, operator. Thank you.
So each dot in there is what you would call a node. It's actually individual. And the larger ones, so this is a particular analytical program that helps people visualise what's going on in a network. It's a simple network analysis over, I think it was a 48-hour period or something, or 72-hour period I can see there. And we looked at what was happening on this forum. 249 people in that 72 hours were messaging each other about various things in relation to DVA, Veteran Support Services and so forth. And you can see that there are people out there and having conversations where they are significant influencers. They are the bridge between lots of groups. If you follow the network path, you can see that there's some individuals are in the centre of things. They have an enormous amount of influence. But remember, this is completely informal, it's unsupervised, and I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but I think there's a real opportunity where people can fall through the cracks in something like this, but also it tells me that we're not harnessing the power of these sorts of supports and giving people the tools that they need to actually do some of this stuff better. So what it tells me is, in conjunction with some of the surveys, we did a sentiment analysis about how people feel about ex-service organisations. And it tells me that the front door for veteran support is not through an ex-service organisation. They're trying to find different ways, and I think the whole area is getting confused in some respects. I know DVA has put forward on these online forms, and it all sounds like a terrific idea to get yourself started in a DVA claim process or something like that, for example. The issue I have is that you're taking away the peer support. And I think this is a role where ex-service organisations such as RSL or some other way of doing it where veterans can actually access some kind of accredited peer support. They don't even need to be an advocate, but somebody who can help steer them in the right way and help them with at the starting point of a case management approach could make a big difference to the type of support that's available and make sure that people don't fall through the cracks.
Just staying on the topic of ex-service organisations, operator, please display .0005, and this is an extra C of your response to the notice to give, and it's the Veteran Benefits and Services Survey results. And one of the questions that you asked was about barriers for veterans and families accessing the services and benefits offered by ex-service organisations. And operator, that's .0005. Can you recall, while the operator's pulling that up, can you recall what are some of the barriers for defence members, veterans, families accessing service organisations?
One of the ones is that and this is particular, I think this is particular in a certain cohort, and I'm thinking about sort of roughly the cohort will be, I don't think that's the right page.
No, that's not the right document, operator.
One of the cohorts is, I think, in the 80s and 90s. I think a lot of those veterans have fallen through the cracks because of the key factor of awareness. I know a lot of people. I've met a lot of people who aren't even aware of the white card that's available to them. They're not even aware that they might even have an entitlement with DVA. So there is an awareness piece. There is a stigma issue, and the issue that they just don't trust DVA. They don't trust the organisations who might give them access to DVA, so ex-service organisations as well. So there are a range of things around that. The other one is that they feel embarrassed. So it's that stigma thing, excuse me.
Operator, I'll ask if you can please display .00. Yes, operator, that's the correct document. It's also in your insights report, Mr. Schroffel, as well.
Yeah.
And if you could just slide up a little there, operator, onto the last pie graph. That might assist Mr. Schroffel with some of the...
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty much the sorts of things that I've just been saying. They don't feel connected. You know, I mean, this is just a small sample of the comments that people gave us about it. They don't feel connected. They don't know how to get started. You know, they're overwhelmed by it. It seems complicated. And I am, and I've mentioned it just before, but I am concerned that, you know, if you go to the DVA website, we get the idea we can just do this online form. I do worry about that. I think it sounds like an elegant solution to getting things moving, but sometimes I think it could create some serious errors when people aren't really in the right frame of mind to you know, approach the task or really understand what they're asking for, and perhaps possibly even jeopardise the benefits that might be available to them, or have to go through the process again because they got something wrong.
And operator, please display .0027. And this is probably a better document, Mr. Schroffel, where this was a particular question about the barriers for veterans, defence families in accessing ex-service organisations.
Yes, this was what I was thinking about when I was answering the question before.
Yes, thank you, operator. And if you could please expand the right-hand side of that document there. And we can see there were 321 responses. And can you speak to some of those responses there?
Yeah, again, it's the awareness. They don't have the information. I mean, remember this was 2000.
When you say they don't have the information.
So the veterans
yes.
and their families did not have the information. Now, remember, this is 2018, so it's the early thing. And I know that at least in Victoria, RSL and Legacy have actually done a lot of work to try and address these things, because this was done in collaboration with them. And we brought RSL into it and a few other organisations to try and build this into a program. So we built at the end of this, there was a blueprint for them to follow, and they've done quite a bit of it, thankfully. And so this situation, I would say, has been improving. I think we're to do this survey again, especially focusing on Victoria. I think it would be quite a different set of results. So where to go now? In Victoria, we've got 1-800 MILVET. Which is I'm hearing good reports that that's starting to develop very well, but it's only opinion at this point. They're starting to develop a veterans centre in town, which is a nice start. But what we're missing out on is actually getting out there into the wider community through other means, and I'm sure there's some social media efforts and things like that, but a little bit slow to catch on. But it's starting to get there. But eligibility for service is a big issue, and I don't know if we're catching everybody, because not everybody's on social media. Not everybody lives in, Victoria, where this has been heavily promoted, that kind of thing. So that is one area. There's fear about who to contact and how to get started. What do I do? And I think there needs to be just a simple front door. And I think one of the things that worries me about some of the strategies that I think are very well-meaning, but I think are quite misinformed, is the idea that we'll create some kind of a service catalogue and we'll put it online, and the idea is the veteran can go through or the family member can go through and pick and choose all the things that they want to do that's going to benefit from them. Now, number one, it doesn't have... There's no need for any peer support, which we know from the research is really important. Number two is that you can't actually create all the right services and those sorts of things for people. Number three, which is probably one of the most important things, sometimes people don't really know what the core issue is of their problem, so they might think, I'm having trouble paying the power bill, where the reason for that is, well, there's maybe employment issues, there may be related to substance abuse or an injury or some other thing, other social issues. The other thing is then there are flow-on effects to the family, so what's happening with the kids and schooling and the partner and the partner's job and these sorts of things. It's very complicated. And I think to try and distill these things into a nice, elegant solution where you just go online and put in some details and out rolls your plan, I think is very dangerous. One of the things that we resolved in the 2019 program was that I'm telling you why I'm saying this now is because we actually thought it would be a good idea to do it. And we started to prototype it and we realised it was an absolute huge mistake because we're working with social workers who understood the system. And so what we decided was that in terms of a service catalogue, there was one service, and the core service was case management. And they just have to be really, really good at case management, and they have to develop some governance processes and practice processes around case management. They need to know how to find good service providers and evaluate them, and make sure that they've got a proper system in which they can collaborate with other ex-service organisations and they can share information, and they have a process for the consent for sharing information. But they need to be very, very good at case management. And what that means is you don't have this service catalogue solution anymore, which is impossible, I think, to create and maintain. You have a case management solution which condenses it all into a very elegant package. And I think you can then start delivering case management out to a very wide area, including regions, because if you think about the case management process, the first step is intake, and all you need, if you've got a well-functioning case management process, and you might have a centralisation of social workers and the key people who make the difficult decisions and work with the clients to develop a complex plan, but they still need to get the first contact in. They need a phone number and a name, and they need to know what the initial presentation is. They came for about a financial thing or whatever. But if you can capture the information, doesn't matter where you are, then you can get the case rolling and you can start creating the contact and engagement with the individual. And then the professionals can then start understanding and building out what's going on around that individual and maybe the other people that are connected with them as well. So I guess I've gone a long track there, but I really think that case management is extremely important.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Schroffel. The point about case management obviously is something that you think is quite important, and so your view is don't do the service catalogue, but let's look at case management.
I think a service catalogue could be a useful sort of adjunct thing where there's a set of standard things that we have that are sort of prevalent. So at Melbourne Legacy at the moment, I know I've been spending a bit of time with them lately. They've realised that a new service that they've developed is around financial counselling. And they've set up, because there's so many people who require or need that service, they've set up a contract with an evaluated organisation that can deliver that service and be inducted into the veteran community, et cetera, et cetera. And so they've set that up, and that is part of, I guess, their service catalogue. But it's not for a member of the public or the veterans themselves to go and say, oh, yeah, I want that one, and I'll have a bit of that, and I'm going to take a piece of this. You know, it's actually done as a holistic program. And when you think about all these things around that life courses model, and all the different roles that people play, and the other people that are in their lives, then that becomes far more important to realise that you really do need to understand how this works, and it needs to be supervised through clinical practice and clinical supervision. Which is exactly what they're doing at Melbourne Legacy, and I'm fairly sure they do a similar thing at Mates for Mates in Queensland. I've had a little bit to do with them, and I've seen some really good work there in a similar way, because they've got a clinical approach to that type of thing.
And does case management fit well with the life course wellbeing model?
I think it does.
And going back to the key insights, operator, please display .0022, and that the fourth insight is that transition to civilian life is a complex process that takes time. That's what's written there in the fourth insight. What did the survey results indicate about what defence members are dealing with in terms of transition?
I'll just remind you that it wasn't just the survey results. We elicited a lot of information from the stories.
Through the journey mapping
Through the journey
process.
mapping, but also from people telling us their stories. So it involved sitting down with people, and, you know, I would write up typically I'd design 3 paragraphs for a person for their story. That's after an hour interview. So we're trying to condense key aspect of it to make a simple story. But there's a lot more data behind each one of those. So there's quite a few vignettes in this particular report. And that's, each one of those is well after an hour of discussion, and sometimes a bit of toing and froing as well. And then we'll design a story with them, and then we'll present it back to them, give them a chance to see how they'll be presented themselves and so forth. So this is not just about some journey mapping exercise.
Like
where
a
we pull out
questionnaire that you give someone. This is actual.
It's quite an involved, lengthy process.
Well, it sounds like quite an engagement process. Is that right? Engaging with the person.
It is engagement, and I guess one of the key things that I'm not sure if I explained it before about the goal of our surveys with AVN is not so much to get a set of data that we can do some statistical analysis on, but it is very engaging. People share the surveys, they share the survey results, they engage with the survey, and then we can obviously involve them a little bit more in the stories and the other things that we're presenting at Australian Veteran News. So, stories on key campaigns like the call for a Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide, or talking about veterans' arts and promoting events that we think are of value to veterans and their families. So engagement is the key, in my view, to a lot of this.
Do you think DVA should be engaging better with its service users to understand their needs better?
It's a complex question in the fact that I think DVA probably engage with people who are already engaged with DVA quite well, on the whole. A couple of hiccups here and there. There's a couple a month or so ago about some pension issues and so forth. But I think on the whole, with people who are already in DVA, and I guess this is part of the results as well, people who are already engaged with DVA are generally quite satisfied and happy that everything's working, unless they've got some, outstanding claim. So once that's working, the satisfaction is there. What I think DVA hasn't been able to do, and this is, I guess it's probably more anecdotal and more opinion, but I don't think DVA is in touch with the broader veteran community as well as it could be or should be. I certainly, and I know that they're sort of coming late to the party about doing these sorts of surveys, but I don't think they've been surveying or investigating people outside of their current client base. And I would suggest that there's probably a lot of people, many more outside of the client base, who could be in the client base, particularly with the situation with the white card now, which is an entitlement for all veterans, and they're not connecting with them. And there's a lot of people who've fallen through the cracks, and some of those people may never be brought into the system at all, because they're ageing and they're getting, it's quite a long time, and they've probably just given up on it all. They've gotten on with their lives, and they've probably missed the opportunity to get the support that might have been really helpful when they really needed it. And so their phase of stage in life is different now as well.
So your view is that engagement needs to be with the broader community, not just with the people accessing.
Yeah, and look, I'm not an expert on DVA and all the things that they do. Obviously, I'm a client of DVA's myself, but I would say that I don't know why Legacy and I guess part of this was sponsored by a DVA program, so I guess I can't really complain about that. But the stuff that we've done about the wellbeing surveys was just our own initiative from Australian Veteran News. Now, we started that 2 years ago, so I'm not quite sure. We've been talking about veteran wellbeing for quite a long time, and I'm not familiar with any surveys that DVA has put out. I understand they've got starting to develop some plans to do so now, and I guess there's probably been a handful of good examples of how to do it, but I'm not sure what their scope will be. And I'm afraid that they'll probably do it in such a very rigorous and scientific manner that it'll take a year to get the survey out there, and they'll analyse it and create statistical information, all sorts of wonderful stuff. But they'll miss the opportunities to get quick and immediate insights, and I think they need to do a little bit of both. I think they do need that more rigorous approach, and I absolutely agree with that, but I think they ought to, and not just DVA, but other service providers ought to be looking for ways to build engagement and to, when they need it, or when we need it, obtain insights. That's what we need. And once we've got insights, then we can start working out ways in which we can deliver programs better and trial different services and things like that until we start sort of narrowing the options down to the things that work.
And in terms of this insight, can you recall for the commissioners what some of the stories or the narratives what were about transition, what people were saying?
Yeah, I mean, some of the things, I need to be general, obviously, but a lot of things that people were saying to me were things that, such as, you know, when I got out, you know, it was really exciting. I got a job, and it sort of was okay for 6 months, and then all the wheels fell off. And then I didn't know where to go because I wasn't connected with the ADF anymore. You know, I didn't have I've been separated from my friends. You know, I didn't even know how to get a doctor. These sorts of things, you know, when people were leaving the service, they didn't even know how to find a GP. You know, they didn't know what was the way to do it. Little things like that. So, and some people do well. Some people definitely get out and do extremely well. There was one thing you haven't asked me about that I do want to mention about this transition is that I've been focusing my academic research on reservists, and I think that they've just been absolutely left out in the cold on this, and they haven't been looked after well at all by the ADF, and particularly the Army. The report that I attended, the Falling Out report, has some vignettes around their experiences that are probably well worth having a look at. And we talked about psychological screening is one area where there was institutional failure. Many of the handful of people that I've spoken to didn't get their psychological screen, and some of them also told me that even if they got the psychological screen, they didn't want to preclude themselves from the potential for future operations, so they wouldn't have been truthful with it in the first place. So there's all these issues that just haven't been looked into because nobody's asking them and nobody's talking to them about it. And they don't just get off the bus at the end of going to, you know, maybe as a commando to Afghanistan, doing real frontline combat, coming back to Tullamarine, hand in your weapons, you know, get off the bus, go home, and slip back into your old life. The reality is many of those people don't slip back into their old lives. The world has fundamentally changed for them, in terms of their worldview of it, but also what they arrive back to. So it is a very, very complicated set of situations, and I really don't think the ADF actually has any real insight or understanding of what's going on in that area.
And Operator, if you can expand there Insight 6, which is about the reserves. So Mr. Schroffel, you touched a little bit on that, but I am going to ask the operator to display the findings of the Falling Out report, which was specifically looking at reservists. Is that correct?
That's right.
And I'll just, operator, if you could please display exp.0004.0013.0071. Now, you mentioned that one of the themes was institutional failure.
Yes.
Can you please tell the commissioners what you mean by that term and what?
What I mean by it is that it's where I feel, in my assessment, the institution had an obligation, and it's failed against even its own standards. So that's pretty much it. The post-operational psychological report is one area. I've heard some evidence today about a decompression process for some folk, but I don't recall anybody explaining to me from the reserve interviews that I've done that there were any meaningful decompression activities or reintegration activities helping them get back into their civilian roles. Because I think it's just assumed that, well, these people already have a civilian life and they're just going to slip back into it. Well, the reality is they don't. And they have some big challenges to face. And so I'm taking this not from a medical perspective, I'm taking it from a social perspective, sociology perspective. And so I think the issues of identity are very important, and the idea of identity congruence is very important, especially for reservists, because they wear two hats in life. One is for Army, a soldier, and then the other one is a civilian in their civilian job. If we focus on, and then you've got all the other roles that they have in families and whatnot. So they're constantly transitioning between the two things, and there's got to be some congruence for them to be able to sort of work out who they are and where they are in a place and time. And so that's the approach I'm taking with my academic research. And I think I'm hoping that if we can understand that a little better and find the ways in which to help them reconcile those differences, then there may be ways in which they could be helped to take put their own story together in a positive way that integrates their military experience, their civilian life, and also their plans for the future. So I guess that's part of the whole
And
thing.
your PhD is also in this area, is that correct?
That's exactly what my PhD is around.
And what is your research problem, if I can put it that way, for your PhD?
Well, I've got it written down, but broadly speaking, I'm interested in how. So I've done a preliminary study, which was the falling out part of it, to understand what's generally going on. So the next part of it is to really understand how do reservists use social cues or social narratives for their own personal narrative, and what narratives are actually helpful and what ones aren't. And it sounds a little bit it's quite academic, but in the end it's actually can be quite practical, and it's a field of applied sociology in a way that we can understand if the story of one's life in terms of past, present, and also some projection of the future. If we can get some alignment around that, then we can answer the questions about, well, what are the social influences? So we talk about things such as military culture. It's a huge social influence. What they experience in the workplace, what the general community says and does, what the defence advertising says. All those things, there's all little messages in there that I think contribute to an identity that gets built up and managed within the person. And if we can understand how that message is built up and managed within the person, we can find ways to actually do something with that to help them do something proactive with that, and develop a program or a plan in their own mind that reconciles the past and the present to start doing something more proactive for the future, rather than sort of keep looking back. And that was the whole thing with the journey mapping. Some of the people who kept looking back, and you'll see it in some of the vignettes in that report. There's one soldier that I met who just wanted to keep talking about his time back on the operation and in the platoon. He was medically discharged, PTSD and various other issues. And even though he was completely out of the reserve, he still said, I've still got my gear packed, I'm ready to go just in case they need me. I mean, in some ways you'd think it's a bit delusional, but if you understood what is going on from a social perspective, a big part of this person's identity was made around being that soldier on operations, and he had clearly difficulty in reconciling that with the job and the work that he was doing back in Australia. And so you're going from this high excitement, dangerous, adrenaline-producing activity, maybe feeling that it was something very important, to going back into into a civilian job, at an office somewhere, at the bank, whatever, that kind of thing.
Do you have a view on whether Defence should be paying closer attention to reservists and the impact of deployments on them and their mental health?
I think absolutely they should be, and there were some studies, and I referenced it in my literature review, of some defence psychologists who did some studies with some troops returning back from Timor. My problem with their research is that they were uniform ADF psychologists getting people on their transition back to Australia to tell them how they're going on their way home. All right, so I don't think I need to explain to anybody the problems with some of that. And so there are some issues around, there are many issues, and I think this is another area. It's just one area that's hidden, and I'm sure that we may discover many others. So this is one area that I honed in on because of the shout out program. So I spoke to a reservist who described his experience of, as a student, being in the Army Reserve, loving the Army Reserve, getting a trip to Timor, coming back from that trip and then finding it difficult to get even just an average sort of job. Then a new trip came up, then he went on another trip. I think he did this about 3 or 4 times. He got a medevac and wasn't treated properly in the medevac, and basically, was just basically pushed out. So the whole thing for a lot of people hasn't been working at all. And I don't think Defence are taking responsibility because, they're not really our soldiers. We get the reserves to do this, but when you have a look at the, in my literature review, I cite a report, it was 2016, and we're talking about nearly 18 or 19% of people serving overseas were reservists. Now, I can only imagine that number has went up since 2016, but there was about 18, 19%, were serving overseas reservists, and they weren't just sort of in the back, sorting the mail and that kind of thing. Some of them we had commandos and all sorts of roles, and I wouldn't take it away from anybody, regardless what job they were doing there. As a dangerous environment and as a life-changing environment for many people, whether they're back on a base somewhere in the middle of the desert or out in the field. So it really is. I think the ADF has failed in that regard, and has been failing in that regard for a long time. It's just been hidden, and they haven't been held to account.
Thank you, Mr. Schoffel. Did you, in terms of your shout-out work, were there any recommendations? You mentioned a blueprint.
Yes.
Can you just briefly speak to the blueprint?
Yeah.
And I'll just ask the operator to display .0030, and hopefully that is the blueprint. But can you speak to that?
I think the number one recommendation, and it is number one on the blueprint that I've got in front of me at least, is that, and this was directed towards ex-service organisations, not so much DVA, but I think it is of equal importance. There needs to be collaboration. One of the issues is that there is a lot of, and this is my opinion, but my observation is that internally and externally, within this whole ex-services area, we know that there's something like, there's all sorts of figures being thrown around. There was a reliable figure of about 3,000 registered charities that actually listed ex-service or veterans as a beneficiary, and there's probably a slightly lesser number of charities that actually have them as their sole beneficiary. But there's a lot of them out there. They're vying for grant money, most of them not for profit, obviously. They're vying for grant money, they're vying for prevalence, there's all sorts of egos. Some of them are constructed around a club environment or membership environment, so they've got their own presidents and their own, so there's all these sorts of things around it. And they want to be the champion. And I think what we need is actually, we need them to actually be the champions at collaborating and building the bridges with other ex-service organisations that fulfil a quality service. And so one of the things that I was hoping that they would adopt, and have been slow to do so, and it was also referenced in the 2019 report, was a model for collaboration in which they would accept their areas of where they've got strong domains. So, for example, RSL is very strong dealing with veterans directly. Legacy is very strong with dealing with family members and running family programs and that kind of thing. And there's others. So if we can work out how to do that, and to get that collaboration to work, I would suggest there needs, and I really think it's important that they consider developing a joint case management standard in which they can all be a part of. And regardless of where the intake happens, that they can be put into the correct domain and be allocated the right sort of professional support and monitoring for case management, rather than just trying to work out, well, what services have we got on offer and what services will we deliver and how will we do all the work and be the heroes in this situation. And I'm afraid, from my perspective, that's what it looks like to me. And I think that's still prevalent today. I think it's improving a little bit, but I still think that's quite prevalent.
Do you have any views about governance structures of ex-service organisations?
Yes, I do. I mean, I could venture into whether they're working or not in individual organisations, and I think that's a separate topic. But I do think that governance arrangements. So my professional background is really about strategy and governance in sort of a corporate sense. We have organisations that are part of a system of service delivery and transition and all sorts of things. So we've got DVA, you've got the ADF, you've got within that the Joint Transition Authority, you've got ex-service organisations on the outside of it, then you've got all the healthcare providers and all that sort of thing. So you've actually got this big system, but there is no overarching governance of that system. And so my view generally is not just to focus on the ex-service organisations, but I think there's something needs to sit above all that, and it needs to be an arm's length from government, and I don't think it should be just an individual. So it's almost like a board type situation. I'm not entirely sure how you'd go about recruiting people onto it and appointing people to it and all that sort of thing, but I think something needs to sit above all that, because the idea of managing transitions from within the Defence Force, for example, I think is a bit silly, especially when there's people who haven't, leading it and they've never transitioned themselves. There's problems with this approach, and I think if you have that sort of authority sitting over all that, then you could actually demand from, so we go back into ex-service organisations, you can say, look, if you wanted to be an accredited green tick, whatever you want to call it, Blue Star, accredited ex-service organisation that is recognised in the community and by the government as an organisation that is capable and authorised to deliver services, then you need to meet these standards. And those standards should be applied, and one of those standards should be you need to be signed up to so this is my solution here, you need to be signed up to the National Case Management Program or something of that ilk. It's not a very well developed idea at the moment, but I think something like that is needed, and something needs to sit above the whole lot of them.
Something independent, is that what you said?
Yes, arm's length from government.
Thank you. Commissioners, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Look, I don't have any questions, thank you. It's been very, very interesting, and my lack of questions is not due to relevance of the evidence, but we do have some time pressures this afternoon, but thank you very much.
Commissioner Douglas?
I was interested in what you had to say about the reserves and treatment of them. Probably 20 odd years ago, there was a reserve element of the Commando Regiment, wasn't there? Do you have any knowledge about how they were treated? Were they?
Yes, I do, because some of the people I interviewed were from the Commando Regiment. I didn't identify them in there as such, but I have spoken to and interviewed commandos who were reservists and who actually did fight in Afghanistan and did transition back. And what I described earlier, that was their transition.
Yes, thank you. I've heard of one or two people in that category. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shaffer. Thank you for your evidence today, but also thank you for all you do. I think you've given us some insights today, and certainly some of the suggestions you've raised are already on our minds, and you've helped us focus. Very much appreciated. Ms. Wright, are there any issues arising?
Nothing arising. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms. Bridget?
Commissioners, Mr. Schroffel can be released from his summons.
Thank you. You're released from your summons, and thank you again.
Thank you.
If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn till tomorrow morning.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until Thursday, the 14th of April at 10 a.m.